Hello, everybody. How we all doing today? Sorry about the delay. Small tech issue there. But otherwise, how you boys doing?
We're good.
Not bad.
Good.
Hanging in there, you know.
Cool, cool. Excited for tonight's session? Excited to murder some stuff?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Always.
Do we get to?
That's up to you guys, right? Like, you get to choose, whether or not you attack and whether or not you succeed in those attacks. I don't get to choose that. That's all you. I mean,
Oh, we get to choose whether or not we succeed?
Yeah,
oh, that's
hack
dope.
the system, load the dice. That's the way it goes, right? What's
I
up,
choose for
everybody?
some of us to succeed.
Aha, nice. So thanks, Wade, for the 5 gift subs. I think I saw a couple of other subs earlier too, which was Fluffy Pants and W Biggs and Giselle.
We have a board game tabletop place near us that we visited recently.
Mm-hmm.
Got my hands on this giant D20.
Yes.
Dope.
My first roll on it was a 2.
Yeah.
Haven't rolled it since.
Nice.
Fitting.
So just let it sit like that. Yep. That's fate.
Excited.
I am excited for the session. I had a pretty shitty week. I'll give you the quick rundown, and then I'll be happy to distract myself from the session. So the short and skinny of it is, on Wednesday, Brittany's mother had a surgery. We think she might have MS, but in preparation for that, they had this spine surgery they had to do. She comes out of the surgery. Doctor said everything went perfect. They said it was a routine textbook, everything you want it to be. Less than 36 hours later, they had to rush her into an emergency to save her life. And now she doesn't have control of her legs or her hands. Mind you, on Monday, she was running all over a playground with Aurora, jungle gym slides, all that stuff. On Friday, she has no function below the hips or on her hands. And then on Monday, which is my mother's birthday, my brand new car with like 700 miles on it that I bought because I have a baby, somebody backed into it while I was visiting my mom. So instead of Tuesday, which is my father-in-law's birthday, visiting him at the hospital with his wife, I had to spend the entire day going to the police station, going to a repair shop, so on and so forth. I mean, it has been a shitty week since last we met. So I'm excited to to play some D&D, to get some nice distractions out of here. So, yay. But
I think at least your odds of that TPK are good. My second roll, which I accidentally did when I dropped the dice, was a 1. So
yes!
I rolled a 2 and a 1 with this dice so far.
Yeah.
So, death incoming?
Yeah, let's keep those over there to that die. Let's just do that.
Or
Third
better
time's
yet,
the
Wade,
charm, right?
I was going to say, not 20.
The 1 again?
I'll be using my physical dice.
I think my dice is weighted.
Is it weighted?
Though 2's almost on the opposite side, so I don't know. Great.
I was gonna say
2 in chat.
So you, sir. Oh, good job, Giselle. So, sir. Luckily, you're rolling with fake dice and not real dice, so that should make you feel better. Oh, actually, let's see if it's a real die. The only way to know if it's a real die is if the number that you're looking at and the number exactly opposite of it added together equals 1 higher than the greatest value. So 1 opposite 20, 3 opposite 18, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Because when I see non-regulation dice,
it's not a counter.
I used to tell my PCs back in the day, like, you can't use those. That I don't know if that's loaded or not.
Mm-hmm.
You can't use those. Like, regulation only. So, but cool. All right. Let's pick up. Oh, let me AI companion, get this thing going. Boom. So last session, you characters in the half-cock plan came up with exactly that. You came up with the best plan you possibly could for how it is to attempt this. You grabbed a whole bunch of peoples, threw them in the back of a cheaply purchased second-hand, a third or fourth-hand cart, pulled by a couple of stolen horses. No, you illegally bought them. No, you legally bought them with illegal coin. And
We did not.
Rode out of town quickly to get to where you need to go. Riding out of town, heading towards the woods that are down there. You're told it's kind of a longer ride. Like, oh, it's going to be a longer ride than I'd expect it to be, so on and so forth. but trying to head down there as quickly as you possibly could. There's a little bit of tomfoolery, some racing and whatnot. It was cute. It was fun. Yay! Let's move on. Unless there's any pertinent RP that your characters would want to have along the way, I think we're pretty good to.
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
There's a couple things. I have notes about something I feel like I would talk about with Mikhail. And then I think going over some of our items here before we get in there, I think would be helpful too.
Sure. Yeah,
So,
cool.
On the way out of town, I just want to clarify, did we or did we not stop and make sure that we had some coffee for our sleepy boy?
It makes
'Cause I
sense
believe
that
we
your
decided
characters
he would
have
be
it.
fatigued.
Yeah,
Okay.
it makes sense that your characters would have coffee. Let me just make sure,
Okay.
because I told you it's a relatively
Immediately, I
common
empty
item.
out a wineskin and I put coffee in there to be prepared to hand it to Aldo.
What is this, cold brew? So
It is. By the time he gets it, it will be very cold and brewed.
A cup of
Yeah.
coffee, like legit, if you go and order just like a cup of coffee from a place, it is and I think we already discussed this with you last time, by the way, Jake Aldo, which by the way, Keegan, if you want to change your name, but it's one sliver to get a cup of coffee.
How much for the whole pot?
Well, that's what, so it's like 5 cups or like a whole pot would be like a copper piece. In a cup of coffee, it reduces the penalties. So it says 2 cups is potent enough to reduce the penalties of fatigue condition from -2 to -1. And I believe Jake said his stats are in such a way that reducing it from a 2 to a 1 actually stops him from feeling penalties, because I think he has odd stats.
That is true.
Yeah, because you take a -2 to strength and dex.
I will
and
remove
you,
a
can't
copper
run or charge.
piece, so I will buy some coffee.
So Jake, you still won't be able to run or charge, but you'll only have a -1 to strength and dex, which is all you give a shit about. So if he says a copper piece, he's buying you 5 cups of coffee. You're gonna down 2 of them on the way in while also swigging some wine. Oh, Jake, you know what an Irish coffee is?
Yeah.
In a Spanish coffee. Do you drink like,
No.
I don't know, an Italian coffee? You just put wine in there?
Yeah, that is exactly right.
glug glug some wine.
Oh my god, that would taste so bad.
That sounds so bad.
Oh, that sounds so gross.
What you do is you have a pizza and you replace the marinara sauce with a coffee sauce.
Is that's an Italian coffee?
Oh yeah,
The
I feel sick
tiramisu
just mentioning that. But yeah, we can
thing,
jump into RP.
Tiramisu.
The music's too loud for you
Questions?
guys. By the way, chat, let me know. It feels louder for me, but I think I just have it turned up on my side. Go ahead,
Reminder
sir.
for chat before we jump in here. Items we have that I don't know exactly the use for all of these. I don't remember. We have 3 blood blocks. We have a hangover cure. We have an all night. We have 3 scent cloaks, 4 smoke pellets, a fury drop, and a whetstone. I'm assuming we're leaving our wardrobe boxes at home.
Yeah, for this one.
Probably not bringing our
They're still
fine
in that
clothes.
basement or
Because
whatever.
you're going in this for violence, not to look fancy.
Yeah. So blood block heals, or blood block gives bonuses to heal checks.
So blood
Or does
block,
blood
the way it
block temp
applies, it gives you
HP?
+5 alchemical bonus to heal checks for treating wounds. So that includes treating deadly wounds, which is nice because that's a way of it takes time, but it's a way of instantly healing you, kind of like what's her name did to you beforehand, but she only did 1 health point. This would allow you to do like better, it would allow you to get a +5 to that check to do better on somebody. Also, it automatically passes the DC 15 heal check to stabilize somebody. So if you put it on somebody who's
Okay.
down, it automatically stabilizes them. If you use treat deadly wounds, it gives you a +5 to that check.
So it's
or
something you
various
use in
other
a
things.
dire situation, not as like a heal or a...
Correct. But I thought you
whatever it
guys grabbed one that also gave you temp HP, didn't you?
I mean, we got blood block, and then we got I think 2 potions.
Oh, you got potions. Okay, so
But-
you didn't get the temp HP one.
I
But we
no
thought-
longer
we
have
thought
a
the
healing
blood block
potion.
gave us temp HP.
I only had 1 healing potion. Did
Yeah,
somebody
you
else
guys
get
bought
one?
2 more though.
I used
Yeah.
the only one I had on my sheet.
Yep, you just have to distribute them amongst the party.
Okay, so then each of you have a healing potion? I didn't think we bought that many healing
think we
potions.
should
I thought we could only afford 1.
Bought 2.
2?
Yeah.
You didn't use one of the
Yeah, we
2 ones
managed-
that you bought. You used other ones prior.
I had to
we
use
managed to
one
buy
whenever I
2.
fell through the exploding house.
Yep, that was purchased.
I had none prior to that. We had to use all the ones we had prior to that. We had to use 1 for the Dan and 1 for the other bad guy, and then I thought I only bought 1. So I thought we'd only had 3 total and we'd used all 3. If we have one more, that means someone else bought it because I did not.
Okay, yeah, that means we have one more then.
Okay. Who has that on their sheet? Because I did not put that on mine.
No, I didn't either.
Cool. Then I don't know if Aldo would take it. If Aldo's going to be doing any amount of stealthy, sneaky stuff because he's the rogue, then it makes sense for him to have it. But as of this moment, it makes sense for it to be on Koa's sheet. And if you guys take that into RP, then we can give it to Aldo afterwards. But Aldo didn't even pay for this stuff. I think it was mostly paid for by Mikhail even. So Aldo mostly paid for his extracurricular medications.
I don't remember having this potion, but I will not argue if you guys remember it because my memory is crap. So
Oh,
I will
yeah.
add it.
Yeah, I know we have at least one more. I think
Okay.
I think that is accurate. I think it's one.
Okay, I put it on my sheet then, but if one of you want it, you can add it and I can remove it. So
Wouldn't it be like make the most sense for you to have it?
I'm the
now.
only one that's currently hurt, I think, and I will be the one in melee. And,
Yeah.
Well, if things go well,
I'm
I'll be the
hurt
one in
too,
melee.
but I'm not in. Hopefully, not going to be in melee.
Yeah. So
Are you still hurt? Because I thought yours was just all. What do you call it?
No,
damage?
I got blown up. I took actual damage.
I thought you
Not
put
a
on
ton
the-
of it, but I took actual damage. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm at 11 of 14 at this point.
I'm at 7 of 9.
that's funny. That's not what your tokens say. Your tokens aren't updated.
You might have to redrag them out. Yeah.
Well, I'm
token
on a
have
different,
more.
I'm on
Mine
a
says it
different
on mine.
screen than you guys.
Mine also says.
Oh,
on
that's
mine.
why.
Yeah.
Yeah, because on our on the
No, but I
screen
recently
we're on,
dragged
we can
these.
see it.
Like, okay, so that now says correct. And Mikhail still says 7 of 7.
That's weird. I see 7 of 9.
Yeah.
I feel. Yeah.
I don't
7
know.
of 9. Your total HP is 9 even.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, it still says 7 of 7. That's fucking weird. There's only one Mikhail, isn't there?
As far as I
Let
know.
me break the connection and reconnect it. Anyways, you guys can get
Time
to
to bring out our
RP while I
special
fix this on
guest.
my
They'll be
side.
playing Mikhail tonight. Welcome, the other
Really?
Patrick.
Let me try this.
No.
Guess
Okay.
not.
Thought that was a setup. I thought I was supposed to lay it out there, but that's cool.
Nope, you failed.
don't
Okay,
think they joined the
so
call.
I will say you guys are good to go. Okay, I had to fix the sheets. That's all. Actually, roll 20 is being weird. It even has double the attribute options to connect to a sheet. So it has HP twice, AC twice, and all that. But that's fine. All right, I will throw it to you guys. Go ahead and get started.
I've had that happen before. It's annoying. But sorry.
So I know we had some RP on the way. I'm going to assume that happened first, and this will happen a little bit later in the ride. But this is a couple hours that we're riding along, right?
Correct. It's actually going to be several hours ride. So please go right ahead, sir.
Mikhail, I had something I thought I would discuss with you. It's been sitting on my mind since I met with the herbalist earlier.
Oh, okay.
Do you know anything about Amulta and magic killing disease?
Ooh.
Can I roll something for that, Scott? or
Yeah, that's
do I
a
know?
okay. That's a fun one. Wade, that's a good opening. Why don't you go ahead and roll me an Arcana check? But I won't lie, Keegan. This is has nothing to do with the lore that you studied. So I unfortunately have to give you a -4 because it's a regional specific. It's outside of AC teachings.
Yeesh.
Yeah, you have to
Okay.
roll really well, sir.
Well, thankfully, I get to add 1 to all of my knowledge checks from Bardic Knowledge. Woo!
You don't have knowledge Arcana?
I do have it, but I still get to add 1. Yeah, didn't
What's
matter.
magic?
Whoa! Does that include the -4?
Oh, it didn't pop up. Nope, so it's 4.
Oh, okay. I was like, holy shit! You have that big of a modifier. So you
No.
rolled a nat 1 and got a 4. To be clear.
Yeah, correct. Let me fix that on my sheet. I don't know why I didn't ask.
You're fine. You're good. So long as I know the number. So it's a 4
Got
total.
It is a 4 total, yes.
Yep. And so it's one of those things where he says it, and you unfortunately, Mikhail, rolling that low, that far off, I'm going to say you have heard of a magic disease. You don't remember whether or not it's specifically for a Malta, but it's a fatal disease where people that have the ability to use magic, it actually consumes their body as magic kind of like burns through them. It has a strange term, called Mana Burn, and it literally burns through you. It's one of the reasons why the Arcane Congress trains people to use magic the correct way, so you don't lead to magic burning you up.
Before we get back into RP, didn't she tell me specifically that hers wasn't fatal? It was just she just can't use magic.
She did. Okay. She did. Yes. So
okay. I just want to make sure I know what I know before he says what he says.
Yes, sir. You are fine.
In a Malta, I mean, the only thing I could think of would be maybe Mana Burn, which is really bad. I think it usually only hits people that aren't properly trained, maybe even casting spells with the wrong components, wrong incantations, especially for a long time. Once you get it, it starts to, kill you, frankly. Consumes your body.
I must be hopefully thinking of a different one. You see, I spoke to, was her name Guinevere? Guinevere?
Guinevere, yeah.
Is Guinevere? Okay, that was Guinevere.
I think I pronounced it like Drist's companion last time, like an idiot, but it's Guinevere.
Okay.
Speaking to the herbalist of Guinevere, she had a strange rash on her arm, and I asked her about it, and she seemed a bit hesitant to talk about it, but I suppose with my charm and composure, she decided to open up, and it said that there's something going around in a Malta where some of the magic users, from the gist I understood, is they can use their magic up, and they are very powerful, but they become basically unable to do anything after a while. So she still has magic, but she can't use it, or else it'll drain her abilities entirely, or something along those lines.
Oh. I mean, that sounds a little like what I know about Mana Burn, but...
She didn't seem to imply it was fatal, or that she had done things outside of the... I guess if she was using magic improperly, it might not be the first thing she admits to a stranger, too, so it's possible.
Yeah. Man, I really hope that's not what it is. I don't know of any others, unfortunately. If it is Mana Burn, I don't know if there's a cure other than use magic as little as possible, for sure. Yeah, she would need to see some specialists about it.
She spoke of a mage, wizard, whatever. What was her name? Lady Arceum?
It's a history check for you, sir, but that's a normal history check.
Okay. It's like, if I gotta think this is like somebody's dog or something.
Yes.
Unfortunately, that name also doesn't ring a bell for you.
Yep.
I gotta say,
that's
this
better.
thing has been a pretty good predictor so far.
1 and 2, right? Yeah. So far, I feel like it might be my fucking voodoo doll.
I'm just gonna flip that dice to the 20 on top instead of the 1.
Please. Well, at least I just don't know her. Yeah. I'll be honest. My knowledge of Malta is pretty spotty. It's one of the things I was meaning to brush up on a little before coming here, and then, well, I don't have those books anymore.
Well, perhaps you should speak with Guinevere when we get back into town. Professionally, of course.
Right, you said she's spoken for.
Yes. Very scary man. Very powerful.
Ah, yes. A very scary man. A man you would admit is scary, even. Must be fearsome indeed.
Based on her description and the amount of magic and power and terror, yes.
Might even put Orsugo to shame.
It could be Orsugo for all I know.
Huh. Yeah, professionally, of course. Might be worth it. I mean, I definitely didn't expect to run into someone else who knew really anything about magic.
I'd be happy to attend the meeting. I am curious as well.
Yeah, I mean, of course. What if
I'd need to make introductions, too. That'd be rude of me not to.
Yeah, and I wouldn't want her other half to show up and me be there without, my big, strong, scary friend.
Yes, that would be me. Good.
All the more reason to survive this, then.
Good chat. Just a bit unnerving about this whole mana burn thing. I'll try to mention it in case that is what it is. I don't want to say the name and bring her more discomfort than she already seemed to have, talking about well, if it is mana burn or her other affliction or whatever it may be.
Look, if it is that, it's not good news.
It didn't sound like it was good news with how she described it either, so I imagine she didn't seem to think it was contagious. I think I asked that. Well, maybe I should ask before I introduce you. I wouldn't want you to get it.
Yeah, that would be good.
Anyway, well, I suppose we should discuss our strategy a bit more. I know we were talking, and I was thinking more on it. Sending a couple of us in would definitely help, perhaps prevent hostages being used as human shields and the like, but it does put us at a bit more risk. So,
A lot more risk.
yes, I'm wondering if the strategy should be something else, like scaring them out, or with your magic, smoking them out with some of the pellets or something, or perhaps still going in, but then I don't know, talking to one of the prisoners and then pretending, oh, this must be Orsugo, and then you do your light show, and then everyone freaks out, and you guys bang on the cages to try to escape. Aldo perhaps fakes being thrown against the wall, then gets up and looks like someone else or something. I don't know.
Well, if I knew more illusions, we could pull off something like that, but I don't know, maybe between the smoke pellets and the lights, we could create something that might be pretty fearsome.
The thing you do
Or-
with cleaning off blood and the like, can you, I don't know, suck up the smoke and blow it or something? Would that be scary?
I don't think that'll work. Yeah, I don't think the spell would allow that. Though, another thing, I mean, I can put people to sleep, so maybe we can use the pellets, and I put the people who are in the smoke to sleep, giving the illusion that it's, deadly, or even knocking them unconscious, or something more threatening than just...
Or just put
Visible.
everyone in the cave to sleep.
I don't know if I'll have enough for that.
Would coffee help? I have some extra.
That would help them, but I don't know if I have enough for... I don't think I can get everyone in the cave.
Yeah, show me tomorrow.
I'm almost certain I can't.
Right. Well, if coffee
Unless
will
it's
help you.
a smaller group than we have here.
Aldo, any thoughts other than sleeping and smoke?
The more I think about it, it doesn't really make sense for them just to have one way inside. It's just like in the event of exactly what we're about to do, surely, if it turned against them, they'd want a way to get out.
Yeah.
So possibly
that's true.
we should maybe, before we do anything, really try and scout out this cave system. See if there's any other entry points or things like that.
That's
If we can
probably a
get just
wise
one of
decision.
them, even, you know what I mean? If we can get one of them, we could learn a lot.
Well, let's take some time and look around. Then that's not a bad idea.
Not only that-
because if we tip them off, then we're going to be in worse shape than if we just attack from the start.
True, but also, how do you feel about doing this when everyone should be asleep? You know what I mean? If we can delay this until the early hours of the morning, I'm assuming it's heading on night now, right? Or it is night.
It is already nighttime. As a matter of fact, you will be arriving there very late into the night, pre-dawn though. You're probably an hour before you start seeing light in the sky. I don't mean sunrise, but an hour before you see light in the sky.
Okay, well, I won't have said that because I know what I'm doing. Then we probably should catch the majority of them asleep, which means there shouldn't be as many guards awake at this time. Surely they'll have their
The only
sentries and
reason I
things
would-
like that. But
The only reason I could disagree possibly is that I think their operation works better under the cover of night, so they might be on an opposite schedule of normal people.
Their operation might work better, right? But if they're worried about any form of attack, surely it should be in the day, right? Generally.
Suppose it's
Hard
hard
to
for me to
say.
think the mind of a slave trader.
Hey, Malik.
Huh?
That's you,
Oh.
Scott.
Yeah. He says, half asleep, like his head, kind of, bobbing and, back kind of bobbing or whatever it is as he's riding on his horse comfortably by himself.
Do you have any idea about what time they're winding down these operations? Ugh, sorry, it's stuffy in my house.
Winding down? I believe they'd be winding up in preparations for their, big event. Says, like, trying not to sound joyful about it.
Yeah, of course. We're just trying to see if maybe what the best timing for our attack or intrusion would be. Is there a way we could catch them resting or between shifts or anything like that for their guards?
Oh, I don't know. This isn't. I'm not a part of this. He says, like reminding you, like.
'Cause I know you're not a part of it, but you've been here, so I figured it was good to ask. Maybe you observed something.
I wasn't there that long.
Was it early in the night when you arrived?
It was dark. A long wagon ride, covered
How
windows.
distracted were you?
He looks like he's like a mouth opens like he's going to answer, and then his gentlemanliness gets the better of him, and he says, "A bit."
Okay.
Oh, like pat him on the shoulder. To be honest, I understand.
And smiles.
Unfortunately, I do too. Okay, well, we have no idea what stage of activity they're going to be at then. I don't think we can depend on that.
Nods. Yeah. I wish I had more information, but at least I know we'll be able to see the signs when we get close. Yeah. And he gives you like a tired smile.
Yeah, that is something.
How far back should we try to stop if we're going to scout the area and not tip off our hand? We do have not the quietest approach with horses and wagons and such.
I think the issue is I don't know exactly where it is, so I wouldn't know exactly when to stop. Though you do bring up a good point. Perhaps you and I should ride ahead and allow the cart to sit back a bit more. Oh, God, all this traveling. It's hard to,
Care for some coffee? I bought a whole pot's worth.
Oh, in the name of the gods, you have a coffee? Please, what do you use? Some sort of a ever-burning pot or something? He says, like, looking a little bit more cheerful.
He'll hold up his like wine flask that's full of coffee. Something like that. He'll just hand it over.
Oh, thanks. He takes it and he holds it and he's like, well, it's not warm on the outside. Pops off the top and goes to take like a drink. He's like, oh, lukewarm? No sugar nor cream? What is this?
Meant to wake you up. He'll just say smiling.
Hey, he looks more awake already.
He's like, ha. And then he turns away from the others that are there, and you can see him unfortunately wasting magic on parlor tricks. And he does like a little spell, and then he takes the next sip, and he's like, I suppose after the first sip or two, you get used to it. This is pretty good.
Was it very obvious to all of us he did that?
To the PCs, yes.
Koa probably looks a little bit disappointed, but we'll just he won't say anything. He needs morale to be high for this. So whatever it takes, I guess. He will take it back though before the guy drinks the whole thing.
Yeah. Well, you probably let him take like several swigs. Like, would be like a cup or two of coffee, right? And or let's say a cup's worth of coffee or whatever. And yeah, of course you take it back. Do you take a sip yourself?
I mean, curiosity, yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know how Koa drinks coffee, but he definitely he's young, so I assume obnoxiously sweet because young people don't know how to enjoy coffee. That is a gross statement.
It's like milky white the way he drinks his coffee. There's a little bit of coffee.
It's like Brittany's coffee. It is cream with a hint of it's what is it? Sugary
Splash.
cream with a hint of coffee.
It is a stein of milk with a shot of coffee in it.
But either way, so yeah, he's and unfortunately Melik drinks it that same way, except it's also flavored with nutmeg and cinnamon, and so it's just like heavily seasoned, a thing of like sugar and cream, and you're like, this is the greatest thing ever. It's muy delicioso. So
Of
awesome
course.
Cool. So either way, any other RP at this moment before we continue on?
I'm not even playing a character who would be like disappointed in them for for those coffee choices.
No, unless you guys object, Koa and Dan.
Go ahead.
What's his name?
Oh,
The
Malik.
guy's name we're gonna write off with Malik.
Yeah, Malik.
We would ride ahead a little
Did
bit.
you call him
and,
Dan?
Stan.
Oh.
Hmm.
We would ride ahead and do a little bit of scouting, I suppose.
Sure. So you and Malik can ride ahead and do a bit of that once you start getting closer. So as you're getting closer, it's not like you're entering into woods, to be clear. You're starting to see amongst the plains, trees happening more often. Yes, sir.
If we're riding a little bit closer before we do that, I would want to take time and use the whetstone on my weapon before this.
I actually... Oh, wait, did you just get that yesterday? I think you got it yesterday, didn't you? So I actually would have assumed... Anytime you take a long rest, it's assumed that you spent time using the whetstone. Yeah, and you've had a long rest since then. Mm-hmm. Even though you passed
not
out.
use it up, you can keep using it for a while.
Oh yeah, whetstones have like 100 uses effectively. It's until you have a weapon that does better than what a whetstone offers, just naturally, you can forever use the whetstone.
Okay.
So it's great for in between combat. So you just assume the first attack with that weapon every combat has a +1 damage that on a successful hit. It's pretty cool.
Okay.
Yeah. If you ever get a
Just want
+1
to make sure
weapon,
that during this long ride, even if it's just symbolic, I imagine as they're going in, Koa, like even just to like raise morale, it's like look at him sharpening that big sword. We got him on our side. We're gonna be good,
Look at him getting all wet all over that sword, like stone.
Huh.
I don't think the whetstone is wet.
You usually do want to use oil. Some people even just
Cthulhu would
yeah,
beg to differ.
that's right. What is it, Hakatua
Yeah.
girl? Oh fuck, what's it called again?
Hakuna Matata girl, yeah.
Hakuna Matata girl. Yeah,
the
it
Hakuna
means
Matata.
no worries. Mom's not watching this stream. So, anyways, the
You can blow your man. Of course you can. Sorry, Keegan, you okay?
Yes.
So
That
back
took
to
way more willpower than I want to admit.
get back to. So you guys ride ahead, looking out for this thing. So I'm just going to go ahead and roll a d20 real quick. I'm going to use the one that's been sitting on a natural 1 for a while, baking. And so he ends up riding with you for a good bit. And then eventually it's one of those things where, unless, again, Wade, just to touch on this before I continue on, was there any RP that you would have with him when it's just the two of you, or do you keep quiet and you just kind of like trotting to not make too much noise?
I think it's mostly keeping quiet and really just paying attention. Unless he wants to start conversation, your Koa just really wants to make sure they don't accidentally stumble on this and mess it up.
Okay. So you're riding ahead with him, and eventually he goes ho 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 ho, and he pulls the horse to a stop, and of course you can stop very quickly yourself. And as you do so, he stops and looks around. And he's like, "Oh, shit. I think we already went a bit too far. Yeah, I see one of my signs right there. I think we went past the first sign. I just didn't notice it. Do you want to give them the sign to stop, or?"
Do you mean we've actually passed the cave?
He scratches the back of his head and says, I don't know. I'll have to look around for a minute first. If you don't want them to come this close, you should probably tell them to stop. I'll look around real quick.
Just be careful and stay out of sight, most importantly. I'll be right back.
Yeah. And he will be climbing off of his horse as you do that. Okay. So you ride back to the others, which aren't too far back, of course. Maybe at most a fifth mile back, right? And you tell them you walk a mile an hour for a normal person, right? So on horses.
I'm also on a horse.
Yeah, like the cart or whatever, we move quicker. So you get back to them not even a minute.
But you walk a mile an hour? How slow do you walk?
Sorry, I meant a mile at 15 minutes. Did I say mile an hour? It's 3 miles an hour for the average person. But so either way, so yeah, you
really little legs, Chad. He's got really little legs.
Oh. I walk 4 miles an hour. Which I guess 3 miles an hour is 20 minutes, isn't it? Or was I doing 15? That's why I was getting confused. But either way, it doesn't matter. So back to you, Wade. You ride back to them to give them the heads up to like either stop or slow down. And then I imagine, do you turn around and come back to join with him again?
Average walking speed for most healthy adults is 2.5 to 4 miles per hour.
Yeah.
So what was the question?
Do you ride back and you warn them? Do you immediately turn around and come back to him?
Yes.
I imagine the riding back to them is a slow pace at first to not be loud because you may have overpassed the cave already, and then you pick it the fuck up. But then riding back to him, do you try to like do the reverse of that, or?
I think I just ride back the same pace. I don't go flying, but like I'm riding at a good pace because I don't want to leave him exposed and alone for a while. Because
Okay.
worst case scenario, if he and I get caught, he's already been there once, and we can kind of play it off, perhaps that like, hey, we're here to, whatever. So I'm not as worried about that at this moment.
Cool. Roll me a perception check. Then, if you're not even going to try to go super fast on the way back, just roll me a perception check. No other check needed. Let's see the result. There we go. Okay, 11. Sure. So as you're riding back, it's one of those things where you don't notice any baddies about by any stretch of the imagination. As you're riding along, you do actually see off to the side. The horse is off to the side of where the path, if you will, that you're riding on, and you see it's like tucked off to the side, probably tethered to a tree or what have you, waiting over there. So you see that. So like, okay, well that's where he tucked his horse. I assume you'd do the same thing, kind of like bring yours over and tether it, then look for him.
Let me double check her sheet. I don't know if I want her tethered at the moment. So that way.
Oh, you don't even have to tether. You can put her over there and then just say stay.
Yeah, which is what I would do. So I will do that.
Cool. And then you look around for him. At this point, because you're trying to be quiet, go ahead and roll me a stealth check, sir. Awesome. You're actually, with your vision, you can find him relatively easily, and you're actually able to even sneak up on him pretty quickly. But let me describe the surroundings before we get into this any further. So, as I said beforehand, southwest of Hod Gwen, so not all the way straight west to Harrod, as discussed before, southwest of Hod Gwen, there is a small, we use the word forest down there. It's more of a wooded area. You're not even in an area that's that densely wooded. This is much more sparse than that, with a couple of spots here and there that have a bit more, a thicket of trees that happen to grow together nearby. So not even a proper wooded area, if you will. So you're over in this area here, so you know that you have to pick kind of like your steps, carefully. If somebody's out there looking about, you could easily get seen walking because there's quite a few steps between trees. So you're being careful. And so eventually you notice him, and you're kind of like coming around to come up behind, and you do see that he is up against a tree and is like what is it, elbow in hand, chin in hand, kind of like leaning and staring at a tree, almost like he's studying it. As you're able to come up as quietly or quickly or as close as you would like without him even noticing you. I'm not sure what your approach would be to specifically Melik.
Can I make out what he's doing?
Yeah, it looks like he's studying a tree.
I know he's looking for his markings, but he noticed the one pretty easily. That seems weird, right?
I
sense motive? Just
yeah, sure.
Because he didn't seem to have a hard time finding the mark before, so now that we're here.
Unfortunately, unfortunately, he's sitting there and he's like staring at the tree, like,
Okay.
And you
it just seems like
it
he's
almost
deep
looks
in
like
thought.
he's studying the bark. You don't know, but you can speculate based on what you already knew.
Okay. I will do one quick look around, make sure I don't see anybody nearby.
You
Assuming
know.
I don't. Malik, I'm approaching from behind.
Huh. Oh. Yeah. Hey, he says, turning around, looking for you, and then eventually you step out and he sees you, and he's like, "Oh, you're quiet for a big man."
Tried to be. We don't want to set the party off too soon, right?
Nods. Yeah. We did almost ride past it. Near to this marking here. He points down. This is the tree I pissed on, like I told you before.
Another pissing tree.
Yeah, except I didn't. Anyways, I this is the one that I marked on. So if I remember correctly, the cave should be just over there. He says, gesturing across the way. So it should just be over there. I don't know if I'm quite as quiet as you are, so maybe I stay here and you two go take a look.
Yes, I'm not even the quietest of our group. We could also go back and get the others and move up. I'll take a look.
He shrugs. He says, "Yeah. Coincidentally, don't mind if I do." And he starts like unfastening his belt as you go to walk over.
He will avoid the splash zone.
And so go ahead and roll me another stealth there, sir. Okay. So you start making your way over there as quietly as you can. Unfortunately, because as I described multiple times, it is late summer, early autumn, and the trees over here, far enough from the river, have dropped a few leaves even at this point. Not properly into the autumn yet, but have dropped a couple leaves, and it's hard to see them this late without any light source beyond, the stars and the moons. And so you are doing a bit of crunching on your way, but hopefully for a less observant person, it's more of an animal walking through than it is boots walking through with a, kind of like a purpose. And so you're getting as close as you can till eventually you lean out and you do see a darkness stretching out in front of you that's deeper than, just the general dark around as everything's lit by the stars and the moons. And you're like, okay, I think that's the cave mouth that they're talking about. You can roll a perception check to see how much extra detail you want, but you definitely see where you believe it to be. Actually, by staring at it for a little extra time, allowing your eyes to properly settle in, you can even make out the shape of it. This isn't just a cave mouth that just like springs up like, oh, there's a wall of stone in front of me. There's a bit of rock about, if you will, but it seems like you more or less just walk down and into the ground itself. And it wasn't super obvious to find because there are some shrubs about here as well. Wade, you rolled so well in this. Roll me a nature check because I know you're good at that. You see some shrubs and whatnot about here as well that obscure the vision, which made it harder for you to notice at first. And kind of like, getting as close as you can to look and see what you can with the drop down that's there. And looking at those shrubs, the way that these are growing here, this is not something you would expect. This doesn't look like a typical, these types of shrubs that you're seeing before you are too competitive to normally grow this close to one another in nature. This looks like they were curated, like somebody planted these shrubs here to obscure the view of the cave mouth, if you will. So this has definitely got to be what it is that he's talking about. Unless you wanted to actively go around and look for like footprints or something like that, this is what it is that you're finding. That's definitely the mouth. There's definitely shrubs here to obscure the view of it. You were well off of any riding path that you would have taken originally from leaving Hod Gwen, to come over to this area, etc., etc.
Okay, so this is what we assume to be the main entrance that Malik would have used.
This is assumed to be that, yes, sir.
Okay. So I have the compass still.
Yeah.
Using that, is there a way I can try to follow my footsteps back or find a way, I think, to approach this where it won't just be walking right at the mouth, where I can get the group to kind of approach?
Well, yeah, something behind or what have you?
Yeah, I want to plan a way to get here where we're not going to be obvious.
I will. It's a survival check for when you're coming back, and your compass will give you their appropriate modifier when you roll it.
Okay, so I need to make that coming back, not...
Yeah, correct. Because you won't know until you come back, right? So, but yeah, absolutely you can use the compass to do exactly that. That's a good idea.
Okay. The thought is at least Koa's gonna take a look at things and try to plan out a course to make it easier to come back.
Yeah.
And he'll make his way back toward Malik.
Yeah, makes sense. Cool. So he spends the next, what is it, 2 minutes almost, taking this out and really absorbing it in. Really taking it in. And there must not be much activity, Wade, going on here because there, again, with it being an hour before sun is even starting to peak up, right? You yourself are even getting tired, not fatigue, the status, but you yourself are even fairly tired. With this being here, you can see deer are about, like not a bunch of them, but you can see a couple of deer moving off to the side. This place is settled well enough that nature is moving through here comfortably.
Okay. Can I take a look and see if it looks like there's been any traffic through here recently?
Yeah, that is a survival check here. You don't get the compass for that one. But yeah, that'll take you some more time if you don't mind doing so.
I mean, right now we're not really on the clock to hurry, so yeah. I'm not going to spend a half an hour, but just...
Yeah, sounds great. Let's say 5-10 minutes. Really trying to take it in because it's, the temperature or whatever that's there. Cool. So with that 15 total, you're looking about trying to see if there's any tracks through here or whatnot. And strangely enough, you do find tracks. These are tracks that are concerning. You don't see any wagon tracks. You don't even see any boot prints. At least you're not going directly up to the cave mouth itself. You're not foolish enough for that. At least not at the moment. You haven't defined it as much. But on this side of the shrubs, over by where you are, you distinctly see owlbear tracks. However, your character is keen enough to know, from what Aldo was saying beforehand, don't you think they try to cover their tracks? And from you yourself having to avoid owlbears in the past, those things can literally wipe out a group of what do you call it? Free folk, which, as you know, generally travel in what force. So they can wipe out a group of free folk warriors. Those tracks. You see the markings. You're familiar with them. But they don't look as depressed as you would expect them to be. Either it is a young owlbear, but the size of the claw suggests otherwise. It's very underfed. Or it just came out of hibernation, which makes no sense because you're going into the fall, not coming out of the winter, right? So you're pretty sure these are fake tracks.
Okay. With that in mind, he'll just kind of nod to himself and make his way back.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Malik, I think I've found what I need to find for the time being.
Oh, you are really quiet. You were gone for so long. I was thinking about riding off.
Great. Appreciate the well-placed faith. I've got some... I believe they're in there. And it's very quiet around, so they might be resting or just unprepared at the moment. So let's make our way back and let the others know what's going on, yes?
Yeah. Yeah. So you didn't see my markings, of course. Is this the right place?
I'm pretty sure it is, based on I'll tell you whenever I tell the others. How about that? Let's save some time. I've already spent enough here.
Sure. I think the horses are this way. Points like 90 degrees off the wrong direction.
Very close, but let's go this way instead.
Follows you. And you guys are...
He won't comment about how far off the mark he was whenever he goes the other direction.
You eventually are able to make your way back to the others, but to pause on that one. So of the crew that's over there, you guys, any RP that's worth noting between Aldo and Mikhail, or them with any of the NPCs, or is it worth just kind of time skipping till Wade comes back?
Probably just time skip for me.
Cool.
Yeah,
same.
same.
Cool. Then one of the things I would say that you guys do notice is at one point in time, you actually, there's a conversation happening amongst the NPCs over there, which is the four, no-name hires and Edric, right? So there is a bit of conversation happening amongst them, so on and so forth. Nothing really noteworthy. It does get a little, I don't know, involved at one point, and then the only thing that really rises up enough that you guys actually hear what they're saying as they're off to the side talking is Edric says, I said enough of it. We have our orders. Just enough. And then he points a finger at somebody like I'm not fucking joking with you. And then he shakes his head as he turns away from them. If neither of you approach, we'll wait until he comes back.
Mikhail would probably go, everything okay over there?
Huh? Yeah. It just, it's all good.
Aldo chime in. Men aren't getting jittery now, are they?
No. Just someone talking about coin they could have made or some shit. He looks back and says, you took the job, you do the job, right? With some grumbling or whatever amongst them. And he's like, right. And looks back at you and says, right.
Can I do a sense motive on the dudes who were complaining?
Yeah, absolutely you can.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Yeah,
it worked.
Wait, are you? Yeah, I think your die is voodoo dolling my dice. Keep it on the 20.
I will.
Nice. Maybe don't waste the 20. Maybe start moving to like 17, 14, things like that. All right, Keegan. So you sir, with your nat 20, 25 total, you're looking over and you can see, two of them are, whether they're dissatisfied, what have you. You think they're like, yeah, kind of going along with it to whatever degree of happiness or dissatisfaction. One of the guys definitely looks like pretty pissed at the way he was just spoken to and at the situation in general, just like looks genuinely upset. And you can see another one. He has this look to him, just like, especially the way he stared daggers at the back of Edric's head, not paying attention to you, as it was Edric that said something, staring daggers at the back of Edric's head and whatnot. You can look at him being like, oh, is that the way we're going to play it? Like you can see that there's unfortunately some degree of mischief afoot, at least with one of them.
And Idris just like walking away from them at the moment.
He turned his back maybe like a step or two away towards you guys, but it's not like there's a huge gap between all of you anyways. So, maybe he's like now 8 or so feet away from where he was compared to them before. And still Edric's probably 10 feet away from you. They're about 20 feet away from you. There's like 2 torches lit right now, so you guys can, have light to see each other, or say 1 torch lit with a dim light everybody working off of.
Yeah, I'll probably just kind of walk in step with him for a moment, and just go, hey, Edric, a couple of those guys don't look like they took that message well.
Huh? Who?
I'll describe them. I think they might be pretty pissed. Can we de-escalate that before we actually get to the mission?
De-escalate? No, some guy was saying that he'd done some job around here not too long ago or some shit. He was saying that he got paid damn good money to do it too. And he was just pissed that opportunity rolled around and he missed it. And so he had to take this job and now he's just pissed. And it's like, listen, I don't care about what jobs you've done around here before. You got this job now. You already agreed to the pay. Earn it.
Yes, I see. Fair enough. You don't mind if I talk to him, do you?
You're the one paying.
No, he'll turn around and walk over there.
Yep. You can see that he's having a conversation kind of somewhat to the side with the other person that looked pretty pissed. So the two of them are speaking. You approach, they stop talking, and he looks over at you. And the one that was less pissed of the two looks at you and says, hey, boss.
Not used to being called that. Hey, look, let's not whisper around about stuff. We're all adults. You guys aren't happy with the pay?
He shrugs and says, depends. You offering more when there's a gap?
He goes, oh, no, not right here, right now. But I mean, I'm open to discuss it. You know, depending on what we run into in there. We just got to survive this first. That's got to be the key.
What's in there?
Slavers.
No,
Probably
I know
armed.
that, but like,
You know.
how much? And the other guy gives him a nudge. This means how many?
What were the numbers again that we knew?
You knew it was a dozen. That was.
I know about the dozen, just straight a dozen. Okay. Looking at about a dozen.
And he goes, "We got in." Yeah.
It's
We got
12.
7, right? Like that's 9. Those odds stacked against us.
We have a mage.
Well, we
Aldo
have 2, in
says.
fact. Yeah, so he adds and says, we have 2, in fact. Myself being one of them.
How are we knowing they don't got
And
no mage?
You know what they say about mages. Every mage is worth 10 men. So really, we've got like 20 something men.
He nods. He's like,
You know
"No,
what I'm
no,
saying?
not arguing. But how are we knowing they don't got no mage?"
We've got 2. They don't have 2. Why would they have them out here in the middle of nowhere before the big event? They're going to save them for the big event.
The other guy says,
Listen, how
what
many
we're doing
mages
now.
have you met?
The other one goes, hey, there's that guy that comes around with the carnival. Yeah, he does something. These are some real good magics.
You've met one mage from the carnival in your whole life.
He goes, "Nah, there's others too. I see them people going in and out of that fancy place in the Hard Gwen."
Okay, so you haven't met them though, right? So if you think about it, what are the odds? We have 2 mages. What are the odds they've got a mage? And even if they do, like I said, what are the odds they have more than 1 mage? Not likely.
Listen, I'm odds. Do we really want to be playing with the odds here? I'm not sure if I've done enough prayers to the Weird Twins.
Well, I mean, you could always start praying, but sorry, Mikhail, I do have a question. There is always opportunity to earn more money, and the way I hear it, you got offered a job around here. You've been around here before?
Yeah, they paid good too. Ain't no silver.
Yeah, well, maybe, tell me a bit about that job you did out here.
Yeah,
You know,
it's
the
pretty
area?
easy. He goes, "Pretty easy job. Just had to move some shit around and keep my mouth shut. Good and easy."
Right, and where'd you move it to?
I don't know, some old spot. Dank. Shrugged.
Right, see,
the
when...
ruins?
What'd you say?
Was it out in the ruins?
Ruins. Yeah, I guess they ruins. Yeah. I don't know, it was some dank, dark place. They kept us in a wagon, they brought us over, we had a bunch of shit to move, we moved it. I got paid me a whole gold. A whole damn gold. That's right, 9 silver, all linked up and everything. Gambled it
Gold
away,
is 10
though.
silver.
Huh?
The gold is 10 silver.
Yeah. But well, Paradel gold is 9 silver pieces that are all linked together to equal a whole gold. But as soon as you break
Okay,
it,
all
it
right.
instantly loses 1 silver in value.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah.
I just thought he was mistaking it.
No.
So-
Oh yeah.
Would have been better that way. But right. So you did a job out here though, not in the ruins back at Hodgwen, out here.
Yeah. I think it was out here. Smells like.
Aldo looks to Mikhail and he says, so they've done work out here, which means, maybe they do have an opportunity to earn themselves a bit more coin. You're gonna have to have a little think for me here. Anything that you can think of that might help us get in.
Shrugs and goes, "You keep talking about cave. Weren't no cave we went in.
Yeah, so where did you go in?
I don't know. It was some old dank place. There was a creek or something. And, because it was a hard fucking work. So you go rinse your face off and back to work. Listen, it's a gold. You do your shit when it's a gold. You ain't paying no gold. The other guy's like,
Not this.
the other guy chimes in and says, hey, he's not the only one I heard talk about that kind of work before. Other boys talked about it too. I'm just saying, gold is a pretty hefty pay. They're offering a gold piece around here. He shrugs. Maybe they're still around here. Maybe they're still willing to pay. And that last one is very obvious. He's levying a threat.
Yeah, Aldo just says back at him, well, you can't spend gold if you're dead.
Looks at you and he goes, oh yeah? You threatening me, boy? And then looks at the fact that you're like, about the same age as him. You're both in your 30s.
Aldo just looks to Mikhail.
We'll say
he grips his crossbow. That's it.
While this tenseness is happening, you guys hear the sound of like a neighing as one of the horses comes, also tired from all the riding, walking in. As the two of them come trotting in.
So, Mikhail kind of just holds his hand like between the two. He's like, look, you want to start earning more money? Live through this and prove you're worth it. We'll talk about it for sure.
Yeah. Talk then. Says. And then gives like a menacing look to, what's his name? Aldo. And the two of them kind of like look past you to see the others showing up on the horse. And Koa is more, now's the time to end the conversation. And so they turn away.
Good news, everyone. Found the entrance to the cave.
Slightly,
everyone
possibly
looks at
better
this.
news. There is another entrance around here somewhere, and it's not a cave entrance. Bad news, we don't know where it is.
Yeah.
Well, I do know where the entrance to the cave is, and there's an owlbear print in front of it that I'm about 99%
An owlbear? You didn't say that.
No. It's a fake owlbear print. There's no boost prints or anything. Yes, of course I know owlbear print.
Okay.
I'm not interested. Well, the reagent. I'm not interested in.
All right, well, open your fucking ears and listen to the fact that there's no owlbear. What I'm trying to say to you is that they're covering their footprints by trying to make it look like there's an owlbear so no one will go in there. There's some shrubs out front that are very clearly not naturally grown there. They're curated and there to block the view of people seeing the entrance. And the owlbear print is the only noticeable print, and nothing about it made any sense. It was too shallow for the size. A large owlbear would have gone a lot deeper into the soil. It wouldn't make sense for it to be young this time of year. We're going into the fall, so on and so forth. So believe me, what I'm trying to say is they're clearly trying to cover up the fact that this is the entrance. And it was quiet. Very, very quiet. There were deer and other animals scurrying about that wouldn't have been there had there been any noise. So, all good things.
Convinced me. Yeah. And that's pretty smart, too. Most people, if they see an owlbear print, are just going to leave.
Yeah.
Not investigate and notice it doesn't look right.
I mean, it's not a bad
Even
idea.
my first inclination. What?
Leaving.
And just letting
your
this
name?
happen to more people?
Who said this? One of the four dudes?
Malik.
Oh.
Malik's
Being Malik.
Yeah, being like owlbear.
Again, there is no owlbear. All right, let me make this clear. Everyone, gather around for a moment. Repeat after me. There is no owlbear. What Koa is saying is that they're covering it up.
As you're saying that, I will strum in time to emphasize your words on my lute.
While they're being over like this, I'll actually, Jake, you can go ahead and make me a perception check since you're the one that's less distracted amongst them.
Not doing it loud, but yeah.
No.
But there
You're
is
good.
no
You're
owlbears.
good. You're not doing anything wrong.
Yeah.
I keep looking to see the results. Oh, Jesus. You notice
It's working.
You keep that
It's
dice
working.
where it is, Wade.
I'm
You
keeping
keep
it.
it where it is.
you notice that the everybody gathered around for exactly that. There's the three of you, there's Malik, there's Edric, and three of the guys all gathered around.
Where's the fourth guy?
You think that to yourself, like, where's that little fuck? And you look up to like, where the fuck is he? And you actually just fucking barely see him because like a buckle he has on like a satchel he's got, the moon hits it just right to reflect just as he walks, past a tree or bush nearby. Something to obscure the view. You saw him step around the corner off to the side. That motherfucker just went off. You guys didn't notice before, and him gather around, give him the perfect opportunity to slip, but you fucking saw him.
Aldo says really loudly in the general, like his direction as he like levies his crossbow up. He goes, "Take one more step, and it'll be the last step you take."
So he calls it out loud, and you guys are like, "This is loud. Now's not the time for loud."
I didn't yell it, but I'm speaking loudly. I want you to be aware of that. I didn't scream in the forest.
Go ahead and roll intimidation, but honestly, you get a +4 to this.
I'm gonna need it.
Yep. I assume you're playing it?
Yep.
Cool. Animaniacs.
18.
Hey, that's pretty good.
So you take one more step, and so like you stop. You're staring off. You see no more movement in that direction.
I walk over there and I'm like, back to the group.
Yeah, you take like 10, 12 paces, whatever it is, and eventually you see him, and he's turns towards you, and you can't see his face until when you see back to the group and he starts walking into the light enough that you can see. He's got a deathly stare on him.
Told you wouldn't be able to spend that gold.
Goes back to the group.
No, I don't know what they're doing while that one. Obviously, that
Yeah, I'm
Stop
sure they're
broke up.
stop
Whatever
and
thing they
stare,
were doing.
probably.
Yeah, they're
watching. Yeah.
Are we having a problem here?
Edric will
friend,
walk.
I looked to Edric and I say, your friend was here. He was about to go try and sell us out.
Edric will walk over and say, I don't think we can trust him at this point. You got manacles or something?
Yep.
Have those on us?
You did have like 2 or 3 pairs or something like that?
Yeah, manacles, but yeah, the fetters are back there, but we have the manacles.
He starts walking over towards like the wagon, like walking past behind the guy. He goes, you guys keep him in the cart. But like as he's walking behind the guy, he quickly draws his club and just smashes him in the back of the head. Just full on as hard as he can into the back of the head. So the guy collapses down. Just like he falls down. And he stands over him and like looks down at him to see if he's still moving. And gives him like a couple of like not like to hurt him more, but a couple of like heavy nudge kicks to see if he's still conscious. And he's like, oh, he'll feel that when he wakes.
If he wakes? Holy shit.
Shrugs. If he sold us out, we'd all be dead.
I'm not complaining, I'm just surprised.
Aldo, well seen. Probably prevented a disaster there.
Yeah. Is the disaster over, though? He says. And he starts looking at the other one that was conspiring with him before. And it's like, there's a bit of blood on the edge of his club, which is more visible as he walks closer to the light, and he hoists the club over his shoulder.
Negan.
He's Negan.
Dude's eyeball
That's
pops
funny.
out, Glenn's
The fucking dude from Walking Dead.
Dead.
Yeah.
So he levies the club over the shoulder and starts walking over towards the other one. He's like, I don't know, do we still have a problem? I don't know if you guys interject at any point in time here.
He needs to get his people together. I wasn't there for the paying, right? That was you two?
Yeah.
So Koa definitely won't interject at this point. He's like, I wasn't a part of any of this hiring, so.
Mikhail will kind of walk over next to Edric and look at the guy and go, all right, be honest. Did you know he was going to do that?
I told him no. Honestly, you already got a beat on this guy. You're pretty sure he's lying. Not necessarily that he encouraged it, but you're pretty sure that he's like, I told him no. It doesn't vibe with how you were reading him earlier.
I kind of just fix him with like a very scrutinizing stare and I go, I said be honest.
Edric says, I can't waste my time breaking your knees. So there's only one way you're walking out of this. And the guy's like, only one way? He shrugs. If you're walking. And the guy's like, looks at Mikhail, and he's like, so apparently there's these people. They'll pay a good amount of coin. I ain't never done the job before, but they'll pay a good amount of coin if you hop in a wagon, blindfolded and covered up and stuff, and you come this way and you don't ask no questions. You just pick things up and you move them. And then you walk out. They give you a whole gold, a whole gold coin to do it. And they ride you back, and that's that. I heard stories because, you get a gold, ale starts pouring, people start talking, how it is. Anyways, they say it's in some dank area around here, but not no cave, not like what you're talking about. Some other place near a creek or something, he was saying. If I had my guess, I'm thinking he's thinking that those people, that they're the same people that you're going after. And there ain't not just one way in, but there's two. Either that or they neighbors. And neighbors can be friendly out in places like this, even if they're not friendly people. So I think he was hoping to turn the next show. Not me, though. I was not a part of that. You think he was riding that line? Like, not necessarily that he was looking to sell you out, but if there was money for doing so.
Mm-hmm. Look, I appreciate your honesty. Now that we've got that all cleared up, you've accepted the pay you've accepted, and I think we can put this behind us, and nobody has to hit you with a club if we can trust you from here.
Oh, yeah, you can trust me. Absolutely. Come on. We're stopping slavery. That's good work. That's
You've got to convince him. You've got to convince him. I point at Edric.
Edric says, down to 8. Think we can do it with 7?
We'll give him a shot. I walk over. I walk away.
Edric looks at him and says, "You're lucky that boy over there looks more like Miranda than he does Karos." Turns, walks off.
As Mikhail walks back, Koa will approach. Everything sorted, or is there still a problem to be had?
I think it's sorted. At least for now, the guy's more scared of us than he is of anything else. Guess they were mad about the pay.
Right.
But and then I'll tell both of them what he was talking about, there being another entrance by a creek. That's probably where that guy was running.
Scott, I didn't see a creek any of the ways I was going, right?
No.
I didn't come across any kind of creek where I was. Again, I found the cave entrance and everything looked pretty suspicious there, as though it is what we thought it was.
Edric walks up.
Perhaps finding this other entrance would be... Well, which one would be the back entrance? The one where they're taking everyone about
Malik.
or the other one?
Malik, which one did you come through?
Huh? Cave. I don't know anything about any other entrances.
This is where he marked.
I'm thinking that the cave entrance is the main entrance, and I'll tell you why. They seem to bring prospective buyers through this entrance, right? This would be the ones that could more or less... or that they know of the location. These others are blindfolded and brought to for lack of a better word, a cargo bay almost, a cargo area. To offload things to be moved later on.
You guys can see Malik is looking a bit sheepish at the moment.
I like
Malik.
You
you
look,
wanna
you're not
say?
saying something. Yeah.
Maybe something I may have left out.
Excellent. All is on the line is all of our lives. Now might be the time to share it.
Yeah.
I said that we were on a date. I said that I was a little distracted. But maybe I didn't mention all the wine. It's possible I missed a detail or two.
Such as whether it was a cave or a building.
No. It was a cave. You saw it. It was a cave. And you saw my markings. It was a cave.
All right. What detail or two are you the fuzziest about, then?
Shrugs. I'm pretty sure in total I counted 12. And I know there's a big pit. I know it's a cave.
We're depending on drunk counting. Oh, shit.
Well, we're down one number.
I
already,
really
but-
hope you were seeing triple.
Yes, perhaps there were less than 12, or perhaps if they like he'll motion to the unconscious guy in the wagon. Our friend there, they see the tides turning. Some of them will flip and join our cause.
It's possible. I can't imagine they're going to want to fight to the death over this.
Some of the main members, perhaps, but I would imagine the hired help, not so much.
Depends on if
Right.
they're hired or not. Hired help is if you see people moving things around, you can honestly just let them slip or pay them to slip. Speaking of paying them to slip, I don't trust them. He says, with a hand in front of his chest, gently gesturing behind him. I don't trust him one bit. I said we put him down. Any
Or
chance?
we send him in first and make sure that it's not our backs he's watching.
No, you send him in first. He calls an alarm and gets all the coin.
Oh, no, I don't mean, send him in ahead of us. I mean, in front of us.
Yeah, but then he can still call out, yeah?
Well,
Make a
yes, I
break.
mean when the attack starts.
Listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. And he looks at you full on in the face and says, "You ain't no killer."
No, but I have killed. I decapitated a man with one swing in town not too long ago, and well, when things make me angry, I flip a switch and I become a lot scarier than I seem to you right now. I promise you that.
Maybe so. We all got our pushing point, right? But you ain't no killer. You're not just gonna murder a man for hollering out into the dark.
Oh, for that? Well, I don't really have time to be taking too much care if there's 12 men descending upon us, so ultimately the important thing is we stay alive and get the people that are in the cages out safely, so if somebody gets between me and that, then they meet the part of the blade they meet.
Yeah, but at that point it's too late. Now you're gambling with all of our lives over hoping that this one actually does his job. I don't like it.
We trusted you to hire these men, and if you don't trust one of them, then we can lock him up and put him with the other one.
One
But,
of them I expected. That's why I wanted more. Two, I don't like it. I don't like it. I'm willing to put this other one down. Thing is, if I don't put him down and he starts talking to the other two, he could be turning more blood in the water, But if we put this one down here, now, the others, they'll know we're serious.
Cole will kind of take a step back and look to the other two, he's not going to authorize killing somebody. Or
Well, but just hurting them badly.
he also
In this
wasn't
case.
there for the negotiations, so he doesn't really know what the hell happened. So it's one of those things he'll kind of look confused. I thought we hired good people for this. What the fuck's going on?
We hired cheap people. We hired what we could afford.
If I
Yeah,
remember right,
Mikhail is-
as a PC, wasn't it him that was if you give me this, I can get 4 good men? I believe those were his words.
Yeah. But
Yep.
There was no negotiation. You guys just gave him that amount.
yeah, I think you gave a gold to cover 4 people. And
Yeah.
unfortunately, he got what he could in a very short period of time with the amount of money that was offered. So,
Yeah, rather than it costing a lot.
yeah.
It's a gold, and then Edric can share in the loot that we get. Is what helped reduce the cost a lot. Yeah, Mikhail looks like he's definitely thinking about that. What is old boy doing?
That guy
Mr.
over there,
Untrustworthy.
do you go look at him?
Yeah, I don't walk up to him, but I'm
Yeah,
trying to.
I assume you're trying to be
see what he's
discreet.
doing. Yeah.
Bluff followed by a perception, please.
Okay.
Oh, I said perception, but I meant sense motive. If you order a perception,
Oh.
accept it.
I did not.
Okay. So he likely doesn't notice that you're looking at him or checking. Even if he notices you're looking that direction, probably not at him whatsoever. However, try to give a good glance. You can see that they are not too far off from the others. Like, I shouldn't say. Let me rephrase. You can see that they are having a conversation with the other two. However, whether it be about this situation, you don't know. They're just chatting, which is not abnormal.
Perception to try to listen in, or is it just
it's going to be so hard to do with the others around you having conversation. You have 4 other people next to you having conversation, so it's going to be so hard to do.
Gotcha. Okay. Fuck. Yeah, I think at that point, Mikhail will just kind of turn back to the others and says, "If we can't trust him, we can't trust him. So, yeah, let's put him with the other." I mean, I told him he had to convince you. It sounds like he didn't.
Nods and says, "Did not. He wanted, I can do it clean, but I'll need him distracted. Or we can try to play it nice, and we can give him the opportunity to keep his coin if he lets us tie and gag him out here willingly. I don't like the odds of that second option. We could also shank him, but he just shrugs and says, I don't think he's deserves that. I don't even think the other one does."
I'd prefer not to spill blood until we have to, yes.
I didn't hear what you said, Jake.
I said Aldo walks away at that point.
Oh, okay. You want to offer? You want to distract?
Let's give him the option. We'll give him the option.
He shrugs and says, "You go talk to him. Just turn his attention elsewhere. Give me the sign if things go sideways." And then just like spits on the ground and walks away.
I'll walk a little closer. Do I know his name? You don't have to make one up.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So I'll call out to him. I won't go all the way over where everybody else is to try to get him to come over to me.
Yep. So you wait for him to come over, and he looks at the other two, and he's like, "Oh, yeah. And then turns and walks over towards you. He's like, "Yeah, boss."
Look, you didn't convince him. So you got a couple options here, and there's one I really hope you pick. You're going to keep your pay, whatever was offered to you, but you're going to stay here tied up. We can't trust you to not set off an alarm or stab us in the back at this point.
No. I'm good for it. I'm good to do the job. I get it.
Do you want to get paid?
Yeah, that's why I'm going to do the work. Yeah.
So you're going to stay here.
Go ahead and roll your diplomacy check. I'll give you a +4 on this one. You are offering pay for him to do nothing, but it is a hard thing to suggest. They are not indifferent. Oh, okay, solid. He's like, all right, yeah, I don't like being left defenseless. You're gonna leave me in the cart?
Yeah. You'll be with the other guy. Yeah. So if he wakes up, you can tell him how bad he fucked you over.
Nods. You see, what's his name? From over his shoulder, you see, Edric gives you a look.
I just kind of nod.
Okay. You nod. And so he's like, "Yeah, okay, I'll go along."
The nod's
with it.
the sign.
And then he's like, "So just tell me how I wanna." And Edric comes up behind him and smacks him in the back of the head with the club.
I was going to stop him before he got there to say something, Scott. Jesus.
The nod was all he needed. That was it. That was the signal.
Grab the manacles from inside the cart and walk.
No, roll that back. You didn't even give me a chance to interject. I don't need a sense motive. I know what he's gonna do.
Let's get the manacles.
That's why I was gonna stop him before he got there to say something.
You can stop. Yeah.
Like he's like halfway. motherfucker.
Unfortunately, he's behind you with a club too, and you're also unconscious.
Right, we just both get fucking taken out.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
When he's about halfway there, I'll say he agreed. We're good.
Oh?
Yep. I hold up the manacles.
He, looks at this guy, turns around to see Edric standing closer behind him than I think he liked. He goes, "You're lucky," and then just turns, walks away. He will
See why
allow
I hope you
himself.
picked the right option.
Does Edric's club have a name? Is it Lucille?
It is now.
All right. So Lucille was thirsty. Now she said,
Oh.
Lucille be thirsty. Now we have to have a thirsty Lucille emoji. No, so
I'm
back
literally
to,
just picturing Edric is just Negan in my head now.
I don't know who Negan is. So you
Look
guys
it up,
are
man. Jeffrey Dean Morgan with a nice outfit and looked like a biker gang member in a club. Baseball bat with some wire wrapped around it.
Mm-hmm.
Thank God the wire.
Named after what was his dead wife? Her name was Lucille. He named his club after her, and he beats people to death. With
I think I know about the character. I didn't get to watch the show as much.
Tell me, Walking Dead.
Yeah.
I when they started eating that guy's leg that was tied to the telephone pole, I stopped watching. I was like, I'm so bored of the show. I've been bored for seasons, and so I stopped watching. Like the guy passed out, he woke up, and they were eating his leg because they were like really hungry. They're like, "Oh man, we need meat, thank you," or some shit like that. I was like, "Oh, I'm good."
Oh yeah, I think that was like a season or two before Negan.
Yeah, I think it was like season 4, maybe. Yeah, but I don't know. Anyway, so moving on. The you guys, so you manacle him up. Do you, I assume, gag him?
Yes.
Do you use the other?
Probably
the
something
sock,
normal
no.
for this guy.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll find a
Normal gag.
relatively clean cloth or something.
Oh,
So
you
if
just
he
get,
does choke to death on his own vomit, we get our payback.
Yeah.
does it? You actually use the old bandages that were given to Koa by Guinevere. No, just put the bandage. No, so
Not
anyway.
anything that nice.
So yeah, you gag him, and he's like, "Hey, Molly, we're just gagging a guy." Yeah. So Nami. All right, so yeah, you guys gag him up, tie him up, and then of course at this point, while you're finishing up, Idra look to Mikhail and say, "Did we go looking?"
Yeah, I think so.
Nods and says, "All right. Well, hey, listen. Chat had rolled the health points for these NPCs. 3 of them had 6s, so we rolled 666, and then the last one had 3 health points. That means there's a 25% chance. Why don't we go ahead and allow Molly to roll a D4 if she'd like, and if she rolls a 1, then that guy was kicked, and you don't have to worry about it."
Molly, it's exclamation point D4.
And
Ears open.
if she doesn't roll a 1, we let somebody else roll a D4.
Aren't we so glad we had this whole plan? Scott sent us this big message about this today, and then he's like, "What if I take away 2 of your mercenaries for the first hour and a half of
No,
the
we're
fight?"
good. We're good. This is all good. Somebody else roll a D4. Somebody rolled a D20.
You did it
not a
right.
D4.
That's a good roll.
Yeah, that's not it. There we go. Okay.
Oh.
Unfortunately, that means the 3 HP person is still in your group.
I thought 1 was bad.
Cool.
Can we figure out who's got the 3 HP and like feed one of these dudes to him, and he like absorbs their power like mana? Okay.
Wait, I thought we said 1 was bad. We got a 3 and a 4.
Yeah,
No, 1 was good.
one
one
was the
would've
bad
met-
one. You wanted to get rid of 1.
Well, no, the roll. You said to roll a 1 to get rid of the bad person.
Correct.
Which
And
we
you
did.
rolled a 3 and a 4. Yeah.
Oh, I thought. Okay,
Yeah.
I thought the 1 meant they were with us. Okay, I misunderstood.
All right, cool. So back
Yeah.
to game. You so you go looking. So who wants to go looking for this location?
I mean, I'm pretty good at survival, so I can go look for it.
Yeah, see, Mikhail's gonna go, so I don't know about Aldo.
Aldo doesn't have a good survival. I think they get a 1.
You don't have to have a
keeping one of
survival.
us-
You just have to be able to follow somebody else who has survival.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll go with. What is it? Koa going?
Yeah, Koa.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a look.
Yeah.
If Mikhail's
We'll
going to
try
go
and
as
find-
well,
are we trying
we'll
to find
just
the creek?
We'll just leave the other four behind. Correct. The creek and the whatever entrance it offers. Yes.
Yeah.
And before we come back and they're all gone.
No.
Yeah, if both of them are going, Mikhail will stay.
Okay, so you're going to stay with Malik and Edric and the others?
Yeah.
Cool.
Or I thought Edric was going.
Well, Edric said, should we go look for it? But he can't
Oh.
go with you. Yeah, however you want to split.
Oh, no,
Do you
I'll
want to
go with
split
them.
the
and
party,
Edric
or
can
do you
stay.
want to not split the
Yeah.
party?
No, I'll go with these two, and we'll leave Edric with
Cool.
these.
Yep,
with these
Edric and Malik
weirdos.
will be with the other four. And the unconscious one, of course, gets manacled as well, to be clear.
Oh yeah.
Anyways, cool. So you guys go walking off. Wade, you can go ahead and roll me our survival check. But the other two can go ahead and roll me a perception check. Night,
Getting
Cozy.
rid of the two sets of manacles. They are gone. Okay.
Cool. So, as you guys are looking around, unfortunately, none of the signs out here will give you any suggestion of tracks or anything like that are easy to find, so on and so forth. As a matter of fact, the only person that sees anything whatsoever is Mikhail. What happens is Mikhail ends up walking about. You guys are spreading out, staying, within eye-ish sight, certainly earshot of each other. You guys are spreading out and looking wherever you can. Nobody hears or sees a creek. Instead, what it is Mikhail fucking swears he sees light up ahead. And so, kind of stopping and taking a glance, you're like, I'm pretty sure I see a flame up ahead, like a light over there. I don't know if you want to try to gather the others' attention quietly, or if you want to go and investigate further first, or what's up?
Yeah, I'll try to get their attention quietly.
Sure.
Kind of wave at whoever's closest.
Yeah. So let somebody in chat roll a D100, but otherwise, yeah, you go ahead and you get their attention. So they're like, hey, and pull them over to where you are, or at least close enough that you can gesture towards the light. As soon as you point it out, it's pretty easy that you can you guys can see the light off, especially you Koa. You guys, maybe how tall you are, what your angle, whatever it is, you can definitely see the light over in that direction.
Does appear to be light in the distance. Good eye, Mikhail.
What do you think? I mean, it looks almost like firelight. Or a torch. I mean,
Well,
and
perhaps there's
could
a
be
whole
torch.
hidden community out here within a few hundred yards of each other keeping prisoners, or it's all one connected network and you just found the entrance we were looking for.
Yeah. I hope it's just the second thing.
Yes, that was my implication, I believe.
Well,
Should we get
try to
closer
get
now, or
closer?
should we gather the rest of the crew, despite whoever else may be having second thoughts at this point?
Getting the rest of them might be still too noisy before we can get eyes on whatever's causing that. Maybe we get a little closer now.
Right. My only worry is if we do happen to set them off, and then it's just the three of us against whatever's in there. Based on Malik's description, could be anywhere from 3 to 2 dozen.
True. So how much?
This isn't the
Scott,
entrance
how
that
much-
Malik came in, though. So, might be more, there might be less.
Yeah, that's true. And right now we don't know which one is likely to be the most guarded. There's a
Well, if I may, the cave entrance was dead silent with animals roaming nearby, no light or anything nearby, and there's light down there, so I imagine if anyone's up and about, they're down there at the moment.
Yeah, I tend to agree, but I don't know. I just want to see what's causing the light at the very least.
Well, then let's get a little bit closer.
Okay. So you guys do exactly that. You're going to go and get a little bit closer to see what is what over in that direction. And go ahead and roll me stealth checks to make sure you're nice and quiet.
Ooh, all right.
Working the best I can here. All right. Go back to, where was I? Here. Cool. And so, what was I doing? Sorry. Your stealth checks are, pretty fucking good. You guys are easily able to make your way over enough to see what's going on. So there's a wagon there, like a full-on wagon, like legit being pulled by two decent-sized horses. So like clearly like two what are they called? Draft horses. So clearly a wagon that's like had some heft into it. And there's a small like lantern, like a covered lantern that's set to only let so much light off of it, but enough that you guys were able to catch it there. And as you like seeing this wagon, as you're moving up and seeing that's there, like again, the wagon itself is probably had a whole bunch of shit inside of it. Oh wait, no, there's a second wagon next to it that was being pulled by a single horse, and that other one is has steps to get in and out, like as opposed to like a cargo wagon. Looks like maybe easier for people to get in and out of, and also had covered windows, so there's no windows or any viewing, which exactly matches what you had heard beforehand. You don't see anybody about, nobody's there, but more importantly, you hear that? Yeah, Mikhail, you hear trickling nearby. Yeah, you definitely are near to a creek.
Sorry about that.
You're definitely near to a creek. The wagons, it was just enough light, Koa, you can see just enough light coming off of that thing that maybe it's your angle, what have you. You can see that it is reflecting off of a bit of a stone nearby. And I actually do mean the word reflecting, because some of that stone has that coloration to it that I've described a bunch of times beforehand. That, a little bit of the metal woven through.
Can I identify what kind of stone this is now that I'm looking at it again?
No.
Okay.
Yeah. When you fail a knowledge check, it requires your character to level up and put a new rank in it.
I don't think I've checked against this yet.
You also haven't put a new rank into it.
No, I don't think I've checked at all.
You did, guys did forever ago
one.
when you first looked at the stone, I think, on the bridge.
We did? I thought you said
one
not to.
Or 2, or whatever it was. Yeah.
I don't think we were able to, because I didn't have dungeoneering or whatever.
Yeah. No.
So this stone is reflecting like firelight.
Well, the light from the lantern, ever so slightly, the tiniest amount of.
Where's
light.
the lanterns on the cart?
The lantern is on the wagon. Yeah. But it's a covered lantern, so it's not much light coming off. And it's only Koa that sees the reflection.
Okay.
Only Koa sees the wall that's there. But I'm sure he's going to point it out.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he will.
Can we see any people?
No.
That implies people. And this definitely seems like a drop-off point.
Decision to make. Do we push in here, push in the cave, go and get the others? Try to get closer?
I think this is more likely to be guarded. Don't you? I mean, not only is that obviously a lit flame, someone's going to tend it, but if they have just people like those idiots hired to come drop things off, they've got to expect that could have that could turn sour faster than people they've vetted and have rapport with that they're bringing to the other one.
Maybe so, but if they're blindfolded coming here versus the other one, they know people that want to walk off with their merchandise can be walking up and down. It's more likely to be a choke point. Or, through a single door or locked.
Yeah. Whichever one we hit, the other one's going to be the escape point. If they decide to retreat, that's where they'll go. Assuming this is connected. Yeah. Yeah. What do you think?
I'm as new to this kind of thing as you all are, so we could try hitting both at once. The problem is if there is a locked door or something barring entrance through the cave or even through this route, and one of our two parties gets blocked off, then that means the other one's dealing with everything by themselves. If we all go in the same way, we leave an escape route open.
Right. We know where it is. Huh. Scott, how far was it to get from the how far is it between the two entrances if we're traveling how we went?
Oh God, that's kind of hard to tell because it's not you don't know what the direct path is between A and B. You're on a horse. It's dark. It's hard to tell.
I'm not really asking distance, more just like timing. Like how quick could we get between the two?
Probably pretty darn quick. But again, you weren't taking a between A and B direct path, so you're not 100% sure. Probably pretty quick.
Okay. I'm asking because I'm trying to think along the lines of like if we like hit one of the entrances and they start retreating, could we double back, come to this one since we know where they're going?
And, possible, unless the path on the inside's shorter, in which case
it's shorter, yeah.
Then they could get out easily. So
yeah.
You honestly, you know what the other one, air quotes, know what the other one looks like on the inside because you were told by Malik. This one, you have no idea what it looks like. It would require some degree of eyes.
Mm-hmm. Which, yeah, we could get closer since there's no one out here, but it just seems too risky at this point.
I guess that's a decision we've got to make. Do we go through this entrance or through the main?
Very obvious there's people here, right? There's wagons, there's fire, there's all kinds of things. The cave they tried to keep hidden. It's covered in shrubs, the owlbear print to ward people off. It seems the whole idea of the cave entrance is to not have anyone go in there. So going in there might be less expected than someone seeing all their wagons and coming this way.
The only other point, I think the only thing making me lean at all towards this one is it's likely to be the closest to the people we're trying to free. I doubt they want to walk them all the way through to put them where they want to put them.
Yes, I don't disagree.
Problem is, too, with the cave is choke point they mentioned. And the bars, we still have to get someone through there before the rest come through.
Yeah.
That's the issue, is it separates us.
I'm not sure I have a strong inclination either way. I think that there are pros and cons to each approach. I think splitting up and having Edric and the others go one way, whereas us and Malik go the other, makes sense, but also weakens us if they're all in one direction. But no matter what we do, we'll be taking a risk. It's just what choice minimizes it.
If we think we can get them to run, which I don't know that we can, we have pretty good tools for it with magic and smoke and all sorts of things. If we could get them to run, then hitting this entrance would make the most sense. We get them to retreat to the other, especially if we can get back there before they get there, and then suddenly attack them when they're coming out.
So perhaps we try to get Edric and the others to wait at the cave. We cause some kind of scare here, and then we use the cave as a choke point in our favor if they're running that way.
If Edric and the others can hold the cave entrance, then like they said, naturally there's that choke point there, so that's probably the best place for them to hold out.
Yeah. That could work.
Your light trick. Is it possible to, I don't know, Aldo, could you cover your face, and Mikhail, could you put the lights behind him, and then Aldo, you just yell out something like, "I am Orsugo, prepare to die," or something. And that's a name that seems to be popular around these parts. And then that perhaps the light show combined with that would scare them enough to send them scurrying inside.
Well, I mean, the caves are likely to carry pretty decent acoustics. I mean, the sound from our voices should carry in tunnels. So if we shout into them, we wouldn't even need to be near it. And I can make those lights look like a person shape.
Shouting into the tunnels, though, is just alerting before we're really ready, right? If we just shout off into the tunnels, they could just immediately, cut their losses, kill the hostages. I think, in my opinion, we should try and get inside this entrance while Edric and that hold the other as quietly as possible. And then if something happens, then, I think, Mikhail, if you're quick on trying to put people to sleep or whatever it is that you do, we can kind of just take out whoever we can see quickly and quietly might be more to our benefit rather than just yelling through the tunnels.
Yeah, this is, I know how this is going to sound. Trying to put the people to sleep it's more effective if I have a little bit of lead time. I have another spell that makes people more susceptible to it.
Well, that could work out in our favor too if we're not spotted. You could have more time.
I might even be able to lure someone out with the sound of a lute playing. I mean, I imagine that would be unexpected out here, so I might get curious.
If I was a guard in there and I heard a lute playing, the first thing I'm doing is thinking, what the fuck, why is there a lute playing in the forest? And then I'm going to alert either whoever's with me or someone else to go get more men.
It's a little more deep. It's a little deeper than that. It's more magic.
We also have to assume that we're not dealing with only hired help here. Some of these are going to be the people with the lashes and people that have been doing this quite a long time and are willing to die for the cause.
Yeah, and for my other trick, I'd need to find someone isolated. But no, I agree. I think as scary as it is to split up when we're already outnumbered, that might be the best bet. I mean, especially if we're pressing the advantage here, we're still able to retreat, as far as we know, if things turn.
And don't forget we have those smoke pellets we can either use to cover our own movements or cause confusion and disarray in theirs. We could give one or two to Edric, so that way they've got something on their end as well.
Yeah, I think each of us should probably have one, and then we give Edric one.
Yeah, because that could be used quite effectively if Edric is holding the cave mouth and they start to face a bit of resistance. He could always drop the smoke pellet, obscure the view, step out of it, so those men have to, or those people have to come through the smoke, not being able to see, and he can just attack.
Do we have Malik and Edric go with the other two? So there's 4 over there and 3 here. We've only got 7 men now. That way we have a mage on each side.
He could be useful though. The thing being is, I think we should speak with Edric about it quickly and see what he wants to do. He seems to have, experience. Let's put it that way. If he thinks the mage would be best suited with him, or with us going through and into the cave itself.
Yeah. Either way, we gotta inform him of the plan.
Yeah.
Okay. If we're yeah, let's head back.
Right. Do we need a stealth to head back?
You should be fine. So you head back to go speak with Edric, and you get back to him, and as you're popping up, Malik's like, "Oh, good news."
Sort of.
Yes, I think we did find another entrance.
Edric's like, "Oh, damn it! All right."
Yeah. But, I mean, we suspected there was one. It's good that we know where it is. Oh, you don't think there's a... Never mind. There's a wagon out there, and we'll just describe what we saw for the sake of brevity. And I'll say, so it seems like there's probably people there. More than dead quiet described at the cave.
Edric will say, if there's people there, it's probably more like merchants and laborers. Not going to be our main event, if you will. Hey, listen, if this connects to the other thing, that's a back door. It can get us eyes deeper in. Looks over at Malik and says, "Didn't you say there was one door off the main cave?" And Malik's like, "Huh. Yeah." And he looks back at you guys, shaking his head slightly.
Yes, we have
drinking.
some intel, but not the most reliable at the moment, unfortunately. A couple of thoughts. Malik, you said you rode up all the way to the cave entrance in the wagon, right? The wagon, the shades pulled.
Yeah, but not here though. You know, where you and I were earlier.
Right.
But it also to be clear, it was a wagon that had windows. Just the windows were down. It was her wagon.
His point being is
It's a cart. No, sorry, not a cart.
it is,
What's the word I'm looking for here? Carriage. Not a wagon, a carriage. You know.
which is bigger than ours, right?
Yeah. You have a cart, which a cart is like a. You know what a cart is? It's more or less like a trailer in the
just
old
a
days,
flat
right?
thing
And then a
with-
wagon. You
yeah.
know what a wagon is? You played Oregon Trail, just whether it's harder. But a carriage is like when you watch like an 1800s movie and the guy with the top hat, you know, opens the door and the doors, you know, and gets out and is like, "Oh, good day, madam," you know.
I'm not sure we could pull it off. The only thought I had was perhaps taking our shitty cart and shoving it into the cave entrance and blocking it off or lighting it ablaze or something of the like to make it difficult to get out. However, doing that sneakily would be next to impossible. So someone would have to either light it and then run, assuming they didn't even hear us set it up. But I don't know how else to plug a hole other than to split us into two groups.
Yeah.
There's variables here that we weren't planning on. I say we look before we act. That or we just start hacking in both ways and hope it splitting the defenses fucks them up. Shrugs.
That's what we're trying to discern. The cave seemed relatively quiet. We could try to go in and get a closer look.
Malik says, I know for a fact that cave has, you know, guard. Readily on duty.
Right. He did say that.
Yes.
I think if we're going to need to explore something, it's the other entrance we just found. Look, why don't I'm talking to Edric. Why don't you guys post up here, get ready for something to maybe start coming out of that entrance, the cave entrance, and
Well, hold up.
hopefully,
If we're going diving and looking inside this new place, which I think's not a bad idea or nothing, but is everyone going, or are we just sending someone with soft boots?
oh, is there someone sneaky? No, I think we were just gonna go back where we were, right?
What do you mean back where we were talking about? You guys are
Sorry,
back at your little
entrance.
camp.
I'll say the back entrance.
Oh, okay, okay,
We haven't labeled them, so
yeah. You mean
Dave.
the one with the wagons? Yeah.
yeah. Oh, we'll call that the back entrance.
Yeah. Makes sense.
So it would be we go back to the back entrance and try to check it out, and the rest of you would go to the cave.
Oh, okay.
Not into the cave.
Yeah.
Just
You mean if shit starts happening, we start hacking?
Yeah.
Man, oh, that's fair.
I look at the other two just in case they disagree.
No, they seem fine. The only one that seems tentative is Malik.
These two.
Oh, okay.
Two PCs.
We seem fine. Scott's playing our character for us. We're fine.
Sorry, I meant the NPCs that are with him.
Yeah.
So who is Malik coming or is he staying with them?
Like I said, the one that seems concerned is Malik, so you have to talk to him. Long pause.
I'll leave that for Aldo.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Malik, I think you can be of better assistance coming into the cave with us through the other entrance.
No. I'm here to show you where things are, not to go into it. Are you kidding me? Inside?
You're a mage.
Malik,
Yes,
that
you
was
have
always the
magic
plan.
and stuff like that you can help with. I'm sure.
Yes, I have magic, but and as you know, I can. This is just going so awry from how we originally planned it.
Well, we
Is
didn't know
it?
there'd be a whole nother entrance to have to worry about at the moment, to be clear. And honestly, if things start to go sideways, there's a way out in a wagon with a horse right there. Easy way for us to flee, yes?
Listen, my boots are properly healed, you know, like gives you that extra, you know, makes you stand tall and firm. Ladies like it. You know what I mean? They clack something mighty on stone. You know, it was one thing when I was going in and we had a ruse, which I wasn't a huge fan of that myself, but the idea of, you know, trying to walk around, Edric said soft souls or whatever. That's not me. I've got a hard soul.
So you're going to stay here with them and fight if people start coming out with weapons?
Yes.
Those are the two options. That or, I mean, I guess you die if something bad happens.
Oh, God. Why would you even say that?
Well, it's time to either put on your
Don't seem
brave
sold
face.
on the other two.
It's time to put on your brave face. Well,
You can wait if you want to try to convince him. You are absolutely welcome to do so. Go ahead and roll a diplomacy check.
I was going to press that also and
Yeah, go ahead.
say, look, I agree with Aldo. I think you belong with us. We were just talking about the heroics. This is the time.
yeah, I was trying to assist him since he was doing most of the talking.
Which makes sense. Wade first to see if you can roll an assist on him. Mechanically, that makes sense, as well as story-wise. So you're going to give him a +2. Oh, yeah, +2.
Nice.
Do I see Roz active in Discord? I didn't even know Roz still breathed.
Fuck's sake.
Wade ran his luck out.
I moved the dice.
+2.
It's no longer on 20. I moved it to a 17.
Oh, no wonder. It's just
Although
broken
I did that
now.
after the 6 that I rolled, I think.
Oh, that's fair.
Everybody who's live right now and who's watching live, if you're in the Discord, just go ahead and @Roz for me. Just like go ahead, everybody, just @Roz, just for fun, just to get her a little. All right, go ahead. So you try to convince him, and he goes, "Brave face, I will faithfully brave the odds as they come out the cave. And besides, what if things go awry? We don't need them seeing me. We don't need that way. I could still be used with, you know, Plan C or D or so on."
Right. Well, if
I
you
guess
feel
we'll have to
better with
take it.
the hired help than you do with us, all the more power to you. Very bold.
Someone's got to hold it down, I suppose.
That's right. And I
Malik, you could end up being the one that, you know, is the difference between this working out or not. Bring these people, or the alternative. We both know what that is. Look, I'm not going to push you to make a decision. That's on you and your own conscience. But I think we need you.
He says, "And I will be there when you do. But until then, good luck."
Right.
Right.
All right.
So it's just us. Yay. Well, you know, at least he's with the others, I guess.
Thank God we spent all that money and did all that prep.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I guess we head back to the back entrance.
So
Time to roll way worse on stealth.
let's make sure I got the right one here. Is that not here? What's that called? I thought it was called. Maybe that's more of a. Hold on. Maybe I'm just fucking this up. Give me 1 second. Oh, okay. So that's because they don't have it. Okay, that makes more sense. So give me half a tick here. Sorry, I'm just trying to get this right. Oh yeah, here we go. So he says, I know it's gonna be, you know, a little tough down there, but I just wanted to say, you know, good luck to you. And if you would like, he says, and he walks over to Koa, here, and he pulls out a small what's the thing, a small cloak. You can see that he has, like, literally, it looks like a tiny cloak that you would put on a doll, and he holds it up, and he says, hopefully this can help shroud you from any, you know, harm that might come your way. And you can see, like, he holds the cloak in like his open palm, and then he, like, almost like you're making it rain kind of gesture. He gestures with a hand over the open one, gesturing, like, kind of like sliding it towards you. And you swear for just a moment, specifically Koa, you swear it looked like he threw a bit of fabric at you. like this, like almost like threw a cloak at you. Nobody else sees it. Only you do for like half a moment. You're like, whoa, oh, and then it's just not there. But more or less, he just casts resistance on you, which only lasts for a minute, but it does give you +1 to any saving throw you make in the next saving throw you make in the next minute. Which unlikely you'll make one, but he puts a spell on you and you see an effect, and he says, "All right, I'll be here."
Right. Thank you. I think.
And you guys can start walking back. No checks need to be made.
Before they leave, Koa would look at them because they're about to split up. I just want to say that, well, despite most of you being hired help, this is an important cause. People are being sold, and criminals are taking children, women, men, from all facets of life, and it needs to be put an end to, stopped. And, well, coin or not, I appreciate your help. I look forward to fighting along your side. May Snaga bless your blades. And, we're doing something great today. So,
Edric says, "Oh, speech. We're very inspired."
the Linder be with us all. Not my forte typically, but, well, you know. Your help is appreciated.
There's a pause for a second, and actually, Edric is going to step to the side with you as you go to start to walk off, and he goes, "Hey, I know things might get dicey down there, and you might have questions you want to ask, and it's not easy to do if you go lobbing heads off, yeah? So, it's kind of my lucky stick, but he gestures for you to take his club."
I appreciate that. Won't you need it?
I brought my sword back in the cart. If anybody's coming out here, I'm not going to be giving them a chance to live.
Right. Well, I was hoping to take a couple of them anyway, because I don't imagine that everyone we're looking for will be inside, so, we'll be helpful.
Yeah. Good luck. It's, get more heft to it than you might think. It gives you like a half wink, and he hands you the club.
I imagine it looks a lot smaller than my greatsword.
It's actually, so it's mechanically a great club, but
Okay.
but it is smaller than your greatsword because it is it's a club, like it has a wooden base to it, but much like a cheating baseball player, it has like a hollowed core, and there's like an iron rod that runs down a portion of it to give it like extra weight, so it's like a when it hits. So yeah, it is quite.
Somebody say masterword.
It is a secret. So it looks bigger than a club, smaller than a great club, but mechanically a great club. Not masterwork though, sadly. So, but I think a great club is what, 2d6. I think it is. Either way, it's bludgeoning. So hopefully you don't go lobbing limbs off.
As we're
for the time being.
As we're on
I
our way,
understand
though,
this is
I
a
will
loner,
say-
but should I add this to my sheet nonetheless?
Yeah, you should. Just drag and drop from the. What's up, Jake?
Yeah, it'll come up in the attacks if you just drag it over.
Oh, yeah, that thing that I know how to do.
Click the books in the top right hand corner of Roll20. Type in Great C or Great Club, and then drag and drop it onto your sheet. Jake, you were trying to say something, so we can get to it.
Oh yeah, Aldo just as we're making our way back to the thing, he just whispers, I don't blame Malik. I'm surprised he actually brought us out here at all. I'm gonna be honest, I don't even know why I'm here.
Nobody responds.
Who's that to?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the three
I
of us?
think it was to you two as you were walking away.
I was
Yeah.
trying to get the Great Club on there.
Yeah.
What do you mean you don't know why you're here?
I should be back on a boat to at least into Peridot or something. I don't risk my life like this. This makes no sense. I don't know why. I don't know why I agreed to this.
sell yourself short normally. I think you're out here because of the same reason we are. Because it's good. We have to. We can't just let this happen, right?
But we don't have to. We can walk away and have our lives.
Can we?
That's what I keep telling myself, but my feet keep moving.
Yeah, sounds like you got your answer.
Aldo, I've discussed my first fight, and I've had several since. I know our adventure into the forest was the first time you'd had to hurt or kill anyone, as far as I know, anyway. And that feeling doesn't fully ever go away, as you know. You still feel it. But you did it on instinct, and you did it when you could have turned and ran. I think because a part of you understood it was the right thing to do. The councilman's child being part of this, obviously, we have financial motivation, but also what I said back there, while probably poorly spoken, I meant this is something that needs to be stopped. And there aren't many, we haven't encountered many at least, that seem to be willing to put an end to it. And I think were you to turn and leave, or to Edric and his men turn to leave, I'm not sure that I could. Even knowing the odds would be against me, I'd rather die fighting for something worthwhile than go back to feeling lost and roaming and never finding a purpose. I left the free folk to find purpose, and honestly, the last few weeks, ever since I lost Phil, it's been the closest I've had to a path that makes sense. That isn't just a job, and pay, move on. And even if it ends after this and we go our separate ways, this is a cause I'm willing to put myself and my life on the line for.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure I can say the same. But, like I said, everything in my head is screaming to go. But I just keep moving forward. I guess we'll see.
Well, I understand. I can't say I don't ever feel that myself. But you keep moving forward. And I trust that you'll have my back. I didn't trust you when we first met. But the moment you helped with the bandits, those fears went away. I think that revealed something about you that made me not so worried anymore. So you might be having doubts up here, but I think in your heart, well, I trust you. And he'll clasp a hand on your shoulder.
Why?
Aldo just nods and he looks at the ground. But he just does what he says. He keeps moving forward.
Mikhail, should I say anything inspiring to you as well?
You are pretty good at speeches, but no, I'm good. You'll
Adric
probably be
said
able to
my
see.
speech kind of sucked, or at least that's what I read between the lines.
Even while you're like looking at him, you get to see that his hands are kind of trembling. He's like, no, it was a good speech, honestly. I probably should have gave one, but my mind was just sort of blank. It's embarrassing for someone of my education to be on center stage and just choke like that. But,
this is the scariest fight any of us have probably ever been a part of, right? This isn't just a couple of bandits in the woods or a one-off scuffle or a bar fight, but we have surprise on our sides, we have the gods on our sides, we have an ambush set up on the other side of the entrance. Everything is leading our way. Now, should we need to retreat, then we shall, but everything points to a victory today. Let's not deny the gods that.
I'm going to choose to believe you.
Me too. I'll say with a smile.
He kind of just chuckles. Okay, here we go. I think that's it.
Okay.
Yep.
Cool. And with that, sorry, I was just prepping something. So, and with that, your characters make your way over to where the wagons are. You get up as close as you can. Again, this is sparse trees here. This isn't proper woods. But there's a bit more tree growth here than before. Wade, with a +4, you can just mental math it afterwards. Roll me a nature check. Oh, God.
9.
You can clearly tell the kind of trees that are over here. It's much more densely grown around. You didn't notice this beforehand because you weren't close enough. It's much more densely grown around where those wagons are and where this like building is, and the creek that you can now hear now that you're closer and whatnot than you noticed beforehand. It's much more densely grown here, but more importantly, the kind of trees that are grown here are a lot of the trees that, well, they grow relatively quickly. Like, you know, it's the kind of trees that these trees you're looking at them, you're like, they're kind of tall. And they take up a good amount of space or whatever, so they're blocking up the area. But this is on the top of my head, I don't know what it's like, pine or whatever, that just grows more rapidly. So these trees could be 10 years old, and they're growing as large as, say, another more common tree in this area would take, like 35 years to grow. So it looks like, somebody has again been cultivating for, God, how many years has this? This specific operation been going on, more deepening your resolve as you're planning on what your intentions are here. You can feel like, okay, this shit is seeded in. This needs to be routed. If there is a fight for you to put your life on the line for, maybe this is the first real one that you've come across, for something that meant, bigger or beyond yourself. Either way, as you're recognizing this and internalizing it, but not willing to speak so close to the cave mouth, you guys are now up there and you can see like the entrance. Everybody here can now see the stone as I described it beforehand. And there is I'll use the word structure that's there. It was probably at one point in time a building, but it is more rubble than anything else. It is more an archway with a fallen wall around it, and then a doorway that goes in and down almost immediately. You're not sure what kind of structure this would have been in the past, but there's not a ton of rubble around like when you were at the ruins before, right? The ruins, it was like big piles everywhere, and I had already told you a ton of it had been taken away for reconstruction of the places over the course of many years. It's not like that here. There's barely any stone around as far as you can tell. Excuse me. But there doesn't seem to be any guards on duty. You've got a clean shot to like make your way over and actually like look down and in if you wanted to. You think the coast is clear.
Yeah.
All right, so we stealth up and move forward.
Yep.
Yeah, I imagine Koa looked at the other two, like motioning, like doesn't see anything.
Yeah, Mikhail will just nod and kind of move forward quietly.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys do exactly that, and you guys start, creeping your way forward to get to the mouth of the place. And who's lead on this? By the way,
I imagine Koa. He wants to show the others that he's feeling brave enough to go on. So unless one of them wants to take lead, he probably would. As they get going, though, I think he would stop and motion to Aldo. And like just point at the ground and like point at the walls and stuff and like make like a line, like keep an eye out for traps or tripwires or stuff like that. Because the bandits were smart enough to have it, he imagines that these people probably would too.
Yeah. I mean, Aldo takes in what you're saying and he just looks at you and he just holds his hand up and he'll just go to move to lead. And he'll go to move to the front.
Koa won't be too far behind, but he'll let you. Like, he won't fight it.
Okay.
So I imagine,
All right. So
I imagine Koa and Aldo are pretty close to the front. I don't know how far back Mikhail would be. I imagine we're not too far apart.
Yeah, no, he wouldn't be far behind at all.
So you guys are able to so Aldo starts moving forward, as you said, kind of creeping in and goes down. And strange enough, Aldo, down there, there's enough light kind of glowing in, maybe just reflecting off of the stone from the lantern behind you. Oh, not strangely. It's not a hooded lantern, it's a bullseye lantern. And the light is pointing inward. It was just directed. A bullseye lantern has effectively an angle that you can set to make it so it's like a wide view, or it can have a much more narrow view. And the much more narrow view is pointing inward enough that it wasn't reflecting off the archway or the stone on the outside. That's why you guys didn't really see it. There wasn't much light. But it's pointed inward. And it reflects off of the metal weaving through the stone well enough that it's not well lit down here by any stretch. It's very dimly lit. But you can, in fact, see down there well enough. So at this point in time, I'm going to go ahead and bring the PCs all. Oh, hold on, I have to. How do I do this now? Select all and bring you to. Where do I bring you? I want to bring to this one. Did it work? No. Oh, it's being weird. I think I'm going to bring this here, and I think I'm going to bring this separately. Okay, I think I brought you guys, but I'm not bringing chat. Give me 1 second. It's being weird. Regroup?
I am somewhere, yes.
Get regroup all. Okay, there we go. Cool. And then the artist has been going through. So I didn't know this beforehand, but apparently the artist actually also lives in Florida. I thought he lived in New York because that's where he was like raised. But he actually also lives in Florida and was also getting hammered by. So on top of everything else I've been talking to him about, he also was dealing with the storms. So he's definitely behind on some art for me. So I don't have a combat overlay yet. So I send him some love. But otherwise, so sorry, no combat overlay. This is gonna be a small map for the viewers, but you will have a map. This is where you guys are. That's here. And again, I do apologize, viewers, that this is a small map. There's not much more I can do for you than this. And for that, again, I do apologize. As we're getting into this combat, one thing I should say that wasn't said before, I forgot to tell you guys even. Hey, remember how over on Patreon, if people have a certain tier, I think it's whatever tier it is, or above, it unlocks hero point related things. We're actually one person shy of unlocking a maximum of 2 that you guys can hold on to. So one more person. And you guys, any one of you that have 1, if you were to do something truly heroic or whatever it might be, you could actually cap out at 2 rather than, hey, I used mine on a girlfriend and have an open slot to accept.
What's the cost of the tier?
I think it's a $10 tier to get on there and unlock
10
that.
a month?
And then they obviously get all this stuff above that too.
That's like half the price of a 1-month Twitch sub now.
It's actually, if you do it on a cell phone, it's less than half. It's more than half the price. It's a smaller gap. But yeah. Either way, cool. Anyways, so back to you guys. So here we are. You guys are making your way down there or whatever it is. And one of the things you do when you notice when you get to the bottom is there's a door down there. Like a legit, like a door. And it's not like, oh, this is a beat up old ruins, rotten door and barely held it. No, that's a door. Looks like it was probably put there in the past, I don't know, decade or so. It looks well enough maintained, it's newer, if you will. And it's not even one of those things where it's like shut and locked. It's slightly ajar. You could open it and peek through if you wanted to. Wait, about to sign Molly up. Technically speaking, Molly is not a player, and so actually, when it comes to Patreon, I've always allowed players to be a part of that if they wanted to.
I think I'm technically still a part of it from when I signed up to help save Miranda.
I think you're on some. You're probably on the. You can get the podcast here, which is like $1 and $2. You get to ask.
I have no idea, but I get the updates, so I must be paying something.
Yeah, or you could also be a free member and get the updates. So
that doesn't sound like me.
Either way, back to so you guys can actually peek through if you wanted to.
Yeah, I suppose we kind of got to. So I'm gonna look at the door first, see if there's no like wires, trip wires, anything like that. You know what I mean? So when I push this door open, it doesn't trigger something.
So you don't notice anything like that immediately. You can go ahead and roll a perception check, sir, and then you can go ahead and roll a sleight of hand if you feel comfortable to quietly open the door and look through.
Perception.
All right. You definitely don't notice any tripwires or anything like that. This seems pretty simple. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna try and get a peek through this door. Yeah.
Okay.
Sleight of hand.
Yes, sir. All right. So first and foremost, as you slide the door open some and you lean out enough and take a proper look at the frame from the inside, not the outside, you can see, they did have a trap, if you will. Not a proper trap, but you know how like when you walk into a shop, there's always that like little like spring spot that makes like a bell ring or what have you. There's actually something like that there, except it actually pulls back a hammer and hits a larger bell that's off to the side, which, you know, old stone like this would probably resonate decently loud enough that people can hear it far enough through. But as I said, the door was left ajar. So it wasn't that the trap was air quotes disarmed. It's just that it was already opened well enough that you're not going to trigger it by opening the door. So you notice this as you push the door when you're looking like, those fucks. But hey, they left it open enough, so it doesn't matter. So that happens immediately. And then your character is able to kind of like step forward and properly get a look view. I believe it's unlocked, so you can go ahead and click on it to open it, sir. Cool. As soon as you open it up, you can see the inside. There's actually a few torches burning that make it well enough that you can see. Now, I understand viewers, it looks very brightly lit for everybody that's inside there. That's not entirely accurate. There is some dim light to some of the views. This is just Twitch has a different view than what the PCs have. So I know that as the players are looking at this, it should look, those darker corners, certainly right up when you first get to. It's much more dim than what it is the viewers here are seeing. Because, they have regular vision. You guys are be able to see through like low light vision, so you can see more brightly than the PCs would be able to. All right, moving on. So one of the things
mine might be busted because I see pretty clearly.
Then you might just be set to low light vision and would have to be corrected.
I do have low light vision.
Yeah, so we'll just have to correct that because, human. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought he had low light vision.
I do. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, he does. Right?
So the viewers never knew that until this second.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh,
I was very careful with my descriptions until now.
Well,
spoiler.
Sorry about that one.
He's a human with low light vision. That's why he always sees things late at night and whatnot. Moving on.
I still thought I would have.
Well, I'm glad it wasn't just me. All right.
All right, cool. So back to you guys. So it is dimly lit immediately around you, and you can see that there's stairs that are there with a pretty decent drop off going down and around. But down below, you can actually see there's 3 gentlemen that are speaking to one another. They're far enough away and speaking not quietly, but at a normal tone. So they're too far for you to make out anything other than between one another. But they are between a large stash of stuff and some almost looks like a pool or something that's over there. Aldo, you can even see over in this area here, it seems to be, is that an armed person? Like a guard? That's standing over there? Huh, yeah, there is. And with the 24 perception check, really squinting and looking, oh my god, the way that their heads cocked to the side, their shoulders rest against the wall, that fucker's sleeping. They're not even paying attention. Okay. You keenly are listening to the best of your ability of what's going on here, as, the worker kind of like walks off carrying something off to the side over here. And you realize, all right, these guys have a good amount of work left to do. For unloading the stuff that's here. But again, you leaning your head out and really stressing your ears to listen to the best as you can. And you hear, yeah. And you'll get the rest of it back when we get to Meshtes. Yeah. All right. Then we agree? Good. I don't like being here. I'm going to head out. Yeah, would be happy to get out of here myself. You think they can handle moving the rest of the stuff? He goes, your job is only to get the stuff down here, right? I say, fuck them. I say collect your crew and leave. Yeah, probably a good idea. Hey, guys, I'm literally standing right here. Well, then fuck you. You got your shit. I'm out. He goes, You know, I don't appreciate how hostile you've been lately. Then I can stop selling your goods. He goes, I don't think you want to do that. Are you really going to threaten me? Like I don't have shit on you? Fuck you. I'm out. And then one of the guys turns and starts walking to leave. And the other one's like, shrugs while looking semi-apologetically at the one that was just being told off. And then turns and looks towards like the doorway that's over here. I was like, hey, crew, we're heading out. And you can see some of the crew are walking over this way to go and head out. One of them stops to like splash his face with the water. Another one just like slaps him on the shoulder and gestures towards the outside as they do so. And you can see that, boom. I'm just going to grab a bunch of minis and move them quickly. And then we'll have you guys react in a second. These all start like moving away, if you will. So obviously Aldo's leaning out and listening to this to the best of his ability. But once he realizes that people are about to start coming up towards his way, Jake, how do you react?
Yeah, as soon as they're talking about leaving, Aldo kind of motions at Mikhail. And how many did I see?
Yeah, at least 3 workers coming out, at least. You're not sure how many in total. And definitely 2 merchants that are leaving. The third merchant that was being like told off, he's staying behind.
Yeah. Well, I look at him and I motion 4 or 5. And I look at him and I do this. And then I point and then I'm like, I mouth at them like they're coming. And I like I'm looking like in or out.
Shit, I'm trying to think of how to communicate this.
One thing, you could always just start backing out. Then I know you're backing out, and like we just go back.
I'm trying to think if I have a way to ask, like are they just weird? Like, are they just people or are they slavers? Right, but I don't know. He's starting to back out.
Did we hear the conversation, or was that only Aldo? That heard
Only
the
Aldo. He is the one that pushed the door open,
okay.
stuck his head through, listens to the best of his ability.
Mikhail starts backing out, but not super fast. Yeah.
Okay. So obviously Aldo had reasons for offering both in and out, and he's like in or out, and you guys are like, all right, out, and you start like backing up as quickly as you can. Cool. Awesome.
Once we get like likely out of earshot for a whisper or something, I'll say, it's like, are these people we need to take out or just workers?
They seem to be workers. There was some type of argument. He said that more or less they can move the shit in by himself. They're not paid enough to stick around. And some type of blackmail. They're leaving. Where we came in, Scott, was there a door? Like, was there an open door that we came through, or was
open doorway that went from like the woods, if you
okay.
will, down into this hallway? So you guys, if you're backing out, you want to go quickly, so you're not casting a shadow from the light in front of you, right? And so you're moving out quickly to go back out of this door, this doorway, this hallway here, back out into like crouch down by the trees. So you guys are gonna go over there, and you don't need to roll stealth checks. You know, you're able to go over and back up enough that you can still see the wagons and be out of sight amongst bushes or what have you. Unless somebody goes searching, there's no reason why anybody would notice any of you, right? So you back out, and you're not directly on top of one another. You're within like a loud whisper distance of one another. So it's up to you whether you would communicate, but you all get like pretty decent spots to hide real quick. And you crouch down. You can see once they're outside, it's not just 3 workers. It ends up being 7 workers total that come walking out. That means that they must have earned a decent amount of money if they're offering a gold piece for each of them. Jesus, this must have been quite the transaction, right? So 7 workers total end up getting out and going to one of the wagons. The 2 different merchants that are there, they have another conversation with one another. One of them is like angrily gesturing back down the cave, and the other one's being more bombing, like no, it's fine, but with gestures. But again, they're too far away for you to hear any of the words that they're saying, even too far away for you to make out any lip reading or whatever it is that they're doing. But eventually, they clasp hands, and the 2 of them get into their appropriate wagons and start turning and leaving. The whole thing takes, I don't know, another 10 minutes or so. You know that sunrise, as I say pre-dawn, like the light in the sky is going to be hitting probably about half hour, maybe a little bit less than that from now. But that shouldn't matter too much because that's just pre-dawn and you're about to go inside anyways. Eventually the wagons get well enough away that you're not afraid someone's going to see you or hear you or anything, and you guys can kind of like stand up and have your conversation.
That clears out some of them.
So, yeah, I didn't see that many, but there was one. I only seen one guard, and he was asleep in a chair.
Leaned up against the wall, but yeah.
Leaned up against the wall. He looked like he'd nodded off.
Perhaps we can. Do we still have any manacles left? We could manacle and gag him, and one less we have to worry about.
Just had the 2 pair.
Yeah, but I just don't know about who's in this room now. I'm hoping that they were too careless to shut that door. It does have it's like a bell, so when you open it rings. I can do my best. I know I know where it is. I know what it does. I can do my best to silence it. But just know that it's not foolproof.
Yeah.
So,
like if it goes off, throw the door open. I'll try to knock him back out. I'd rather not have to, but if we need to.
yeah.
Well,
Oh, I have rope. No more manacles, but I have rope.
rope works. Plus, that means we'd have one alive to question later.
Yep.
But there may be more inside. Now, they did say something about they weren't moving the stuff, so there may be people coming to and fro, moving the whatever's in there. So,
Right.
I guess we won't know till we get there.
Do we still want to continue with the plan as is, just the 3 of us going in this way?
I think so. I think diverting now. I mean, if we pushed in before and got noticed, we likely would have been up against 10 plus people.
Right. That's what
now
I mean. Would it be
7 of them are
helpful?
gone.
Well, true. I just didn't know if we wanted Edric and the others to go this way now that we know we can get in pretty easily, or if we should just continue to move in the 3 of us and see how things go.
I think just sticking to the plan
Situation
as
changes
much
too
as I don't like the situation at all. Mixing it up now, I think, is not proper.
Right. Well, back to it then.
All right.
Alright.
Back in.
Okay. So you guys head back in. It's way easier this time, of course. You're not so concerned. And then, you fucking kidding me? Yep, they shut the door. Luckily, you know exactly where the thing is, so it does make it significantly easier for you to disarm because you know exactly how to do it. You can literally, as you're opening the door, kind of like maybe with a dagger or something, firmly hold and catch the hammer with the correct amount of precision. You can go ahead and roll a disable device to do this, Jake. The door, again, there's no lock. It doesn't seem locked at the moment. You do get a +4 to this disable device because you know exactly how it works and where it is, and you literally saw it minutes ago. So
Yeah. All right.
Also, I'm gonna ready it to.
Cool.
I guess I don't need to.
Yeah, you open it up and you catch the thing and you get the door in and then slowly release it and you pass that little hump. You're good to go. It's there. And you open the door and stick your head through just enough time to hear him say, "Fuck this! I'm not doing this shit." And the guard, kind of like starts when he says that. And he's like, well, "You think you're just going to nap? You think that's how this works? You move the shit." He says, pointing towards the sacks and crates that he already started moving as he's like pouring sweat, and the person starts storming out of here. And he's like, "And if I see you napping again, it'll be you in a cell." And the guy's like, "Oh shit." And he just, again, goes like storming, walking off out of here as the guard is then just, doing their responsibility of walking off the wall and just kind of like waking up a little bit, rubbing, waits till they leave, then rubbing, shit from his eyes. And he walks over and he's like, you can see his top muttering to himself, shaking his head, goes over, looks at like all the stuff that's there. Aldo, again, still kind of like crouched low. No, not crouched low because he can't see over the ledge if he does. But, peeking through the doorway, not even properly wanting to go inside quite just yet, and watches him as he walks over to the thing. He's like, "Fucking kidding me. God damn it." And like kicks a crate And he's like, "Ugh, whatever, get it done. They pay." And then turns and walks to grab a sack off of the pile, and then just goes to start bringing it over around the stuff that's over here, giving you that first opportunity if you want to like sneak in there.
Yeah. Aldo will push the obviously I've disabled the thing, right? I can just kind of open the door.
Yep.
Yeah. I open the door, I look at them, I motion one was in the one in the room, and then I'll come into the room itself.
Yep. Cool. You guys can go ahead and move your minis inside the room if you'd like. Which way do you go, north or south, as you're trying to make your way around these the double stairwell? You can split. You can go the same way. It doesn't really matter to me. I assume you're not.
Is this where he picked the stuff up from?
Yeah. That's where he picked up the first thing from. Yeah. I don't know if you recall this, Jake, but I did make the token on the map smaller because some other shit has already been moved.
Yeah.
Continue. Ooh.
Okay.
Is that White Wolf?
I guess I'm gonna push around. That's a door there. This other doorway is open, right?
Well, the door.
Or whatever this is here.
Oh yeah. That's a
This
hallway.
area?
Yeah. Where he was like standing guard before.
Yeah, right. Okay. I just push in, and I'm going to go to the left. I'm gonna look at them though and point where he went. I just mouth like, "Be ready," I guess, as we're moving in. Is there any cover in this room, or is it very bare?
So unless you're hiding behind the crates and whatnot that are there, there's obviously the corners, right? That just look a bit dim and whatnot. I'm pretty sure all those corners you can use to your advantage. And that water basin that you see over there, that actually, it has a step up to it. So if you've ever seen like a wishing well, you can actually see that there's a proper step up to it. That's like, a solid, 2 foot deep step up. Deep being like the length of your foot, right? So 2 foot deep step up. That it itself is at 1 foot up, and then the basin itself is another 3 or so feet above there. So if you were down, that thing's 4 feet tall. You could crouch down and hide behind that. Koa would have a harder time because there's a sword sticking over his shoulder. But you guys could actually get on hands and knees or crouch down behind that on the far side, as long as he doesn't go around. That gives you another spot to drop and hide if you needed to. So again, corners, maybe behind a staircase if you needed to, or on the far side of that basin if you needed to, are all spots that you can hide. So, but as you don't know how long it'll take for him to come back out, where's the initial place you push to? Jake and then the others.
When you motion forward, did you motion in a way that's like, be careful, or go that way?
No, like I motioned, I more or less just say I'm mouth like careful, but I pointed at the door and I was like that's where he went.
Okay. I imagine.
I will just say again, he's coming. Like I whisper almost at this point, I'm like, "Be back." He's moving the stuff.
Okay. I imagine that Koa follows you then and moves to the south, or whatever that direction, down.
Sure.
So yes, we'll try.
I was going to say, Mikhail, do you go the same way or the opposite way?
I was gonna check. So this area up here is like a high point in the room.
Yep.
Effectively.
Yep. Yeah, and you're walking downstairs and then to another stairwell. Yeah. That's why it's 35 feet, 17 feet, then ground level.
And then to me, that whole chunk of space looks super dark. So it's just like, is it actually all cast in shadow, or is that?
Yeah, it's probably cast in shadow. Yeah. Because you can see the light sources are here and here, and corners of the walls make it nice and dark. Yeah.
Okay. So I might. I think Koa's right here, right?
Yeah, I'm moving down following Aldo.
Okay, yeah. I'm not going to go super far. I'm just going to go right up behind you where I'm still kind of in the darkness.
Okay, so you're going the same direction, though.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. So then you guys are going to, I imagine, move down to the next ledge as quickly as possible to at least be down the first stairwell. Yeah. And then, so you guys go ahead down there and you hide up real quick. And then you're going to watch as he comes walking out. And he's like, grumble, 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 grumble. And he grabs these 2 sacks and he throws them. What was I saying? Sorry. He grabs the 2 sacks.
Oh, I moved too far.
And he throws them over his shoulders, and kind of like motherfucker as he starts walking into the room with them. But that's a short walk, so he's going to come back quickly. So what's your plan from there?
Well, so these areas here are shrouded in darkness, right?
Yes, sir.
So we can either go there or try and push over to the pool area here. It's probably better to get here
First,
yeah. So then when he comes out, as long as he doesn't notice us and grabs something from here and walks back, we know we've got more time to position.
Sure.
Cool. So do you do that by like dangle by your arms and then drop? Or do you do that by like run down the stairs and around the corner?
It's 17 feet.
Yeah, no, we're gonna go down the stairs, right? We're just moving to these stairs here, and then like.
Yeah, I think that's.
So do you do that right
Yeah.
now when he grabbed those 2 sacks and went? He's like, down, quick, run. Cool, awesome.
Yep.
And so as you do that, you guys can say all 3 of you are moving, and because you have Mikhail going last, and Mikhail to roll me a stealth check.
Of course. Or stealth.
Mm-hmm. Oh, solid.
Nice.
I don't even know if I can beat that. I rolled well, but my modifier, let me just pull up my stats real quick. My melee guy. And actually, I literally couldn't beat that anyway, so it doesn't matter that I rolled well.
Good.
Awesome. Cool. So, yep, so he comes out and literally he's like here as you finish ducking behind the corner. It's one of those things like you go rushing around, you actually have Koa kind of like grabs your shoulder to like push you down and in quicker than you normally would be able to move to make sure that you're safe. It's one of those like, thanks, kind of, but as he, he helps you get into your spot, and he comes over here and he's like looking at the bag and looking at the crate, and he's like, the hell, I'm not, I don't think I get paid enough for this shit. I'm paid to be a guard. What is this? Are you fucking kidding me? This is the most ridiculous shit. And he goes over and he kicks the crate. Like there's one crate on top of the other one. And he kicks it hard, the top one, and actually tumbles off and cracks open. And some shit falls out. And he's like, oh. And comes around and starts quickly trying to like gather up the stuff that he had kicked off as much as possible and places it as best as he can on top of the other crate. And then picks up that the whole crate or what have you that's there. And just like very gingerly starts walking with the 2 items to the best of his ability back and into the thing. So he's like gingerly walking in. What do you guys do?
What's going on in the top corner there where he's walking?
What do you mean?
Is this a table? Right next to the door, like right on top of the door, there's like a bunch of stuff.
Oh
Like north of
yeah.
where the bag is?
That's more stuff that's being stored.
Okay.
Yep, more
So
storage.
is it possible to like stand there?
You if you want to attack him?
like,
It
could we
is
stand
possible.
there? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, you can't see if you can't see well enough what that stuff is, then just assume your character can't either. But yeah, I mean, it you could probably stand up there. Yeah.
Well, I'm zoomed out quite a bit. I could zoom in a little bit.
You could also like if you think about each one of these squares is 5 feet by 5 feet, right? So if you looked at that ledge as wide as it is, that's probably like a solid 2 foot deep ledge. Deep again being like the width of it, right? Sorry, 2 foot ledge. You could probably stand on the ledge if you wanted to of the water. Like that's totally an option too.
As the guy grabs the crate and is turning around, Ko will look at the others and like point to the corner and be like me there? Question mark.
So are you talking about here?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking in my head as well. So
he's gonna kind of
think-
motion to you and
yeah.
see if you want to stay back here and like you're ready to pop up and aim, or if he should grab him from behind.
I motion as this is all happening. I'm pointing. You're using the club.
He'll, like,
Okay.
yeah, he's got the club out.
So you're gonna stand here. Are you gonna attack him as soon as he comes out?
Well, originally he was thinking grab him, but he motioned to grab him. But when you point to the club, he'll grab the club.
If you motion grab him, then Aldo's just like starts shaking his head, and he almost like goes into a panic, and he just like points at you, and then is like,
But then luckily he grabs the club and you're okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you make a motion for a club, he'll do that. But at this point, he's probably gonna wait for the guy to do one more round because now it's been a minute.
Yeah.
You got me, Wade. I was like, okay,
Yeah,
that's
we were
enough
talking.
indication. I was gonna be like, he comes out while you go.
Yeah, no, he's gonna wait for another trek.
That's somebody who's been my PC for too long. And the funny part is, I was gonna because he's carrying the hard one. He's even properly like put it away well. He actually, if you went in there, you'd see it's like still in front of the doorway because it's like the hard one to move. So he just makes his overall life harder by leaving it in his own path for future movement of easier thing. Like a typical idiot. All right. Anyways, so he goes ahead and he comes walking out and he's like, "Stupid motherfucker, grab this shit and move this shit. Fucking God damn it!" And he stops in front of the bag and he looks down at his hand and he sees like picking at something in his hand. And it takes a couple of seconds before you realize that fucker probably got a splinter. And he's actively with his like dirty fingernails trying to pull a splinter out of his hand. And he's like frustrated because he can't do it. So he ends up stopping from grabbing the bags and he goes and stands by the fire and like trying to see with the fire to pull out the splinter. And after like literally watching it like 30 seconds or so, he finally like, and then turns and goes and grabs a bag. And it looked like he was happy. Like, oh, he probably grabbed that splinter. But then the way he's like, "Grr," when he picks up the bag suggests maybe he didn't get it all out. And then he goes ahead and once again grabs the bag and starts moving with that one again. But this time he's walking kind of like quickly because he's pissed with how much it fucking hurts with him walking with it. Meaning you got to move quickly, Wade. Now, Wade.
Yeah, the moment he grabs the bag and starts going toward the door, I would probably start moving.
Yeah, so you have to move at half speed. So you're moving 20 feet is your speed, but you're double moving. So you move 40 feet all at once. That's, of course, about 75 feet. But don't worry, he's carrying heavy bags, so he's not moving quickly, to be clear.
Yeah,
so,
I assumed that the timing, watching him do this multiple times, I'm like, okay, I can do this.
And he's moving a bit quicker this time, but your character is the one that's fast enough to do this. Had the others tried. So yeah,
that's why I motioned for me to do it. I knew I was faster than that.
Make your stealth check, sir.
My stealth is showing a 2 right now, and I think that's because of my weight from taking the club.
You probably don't have all of your equipment on you.
That's what I was going to argue, is that if I'm taking the club, I'm probably not carrying like the spear and the shield and all that stuff too.
I mean, you might have your spear and your shield on you, but you might not have everything. I don't know what else you have on your character sheet.
Oh, like all of our rations I probably don't have on.
Yeah,
there?
that would either be at the Hod Gwen or it'd be at the cart.
Right. Okay. So how do I reflect that to where it's not going to give me these penalties?
Yeah, let me open up.
What I usually do, if you add like a gear that's like left behind or on horse or something, you can make it its weight a negative value.
Yep.
Okay, because some of the stuff, like the clothing, like I don't have the clothing on me right now.
Like your bedroll, your water skin, all that stuff. So normally what I do is I actually group that stuff together so I know how much it always weighs. And then as Keegan said, you put like a left behind that has a negative value of that same amount. I don't want to walk through this just now. So if it's just for the sake of simplicity, let's just go ahead and throw like a neg. And we're going to put this like a full value of weight of a -10, which should be good enough.
Yeah, I hadn't even considered weight until I added the club, and then I looked through and I was like, oh, I'm not going to be bringing my blanket into this fight.
So just to be clear, just like 2 sets of clothes for you is already 14 pounds, plus your blanket is 16 pounds. So I'm going to go ahead and just do a -16 just right off the bat. We're going to ignore the rest of this conversation for now, and you're fine at the moment.
I just noticed the penalty. Like I said, I just noticed that a minute ago, and I was like, I feel like I should address this before I roll this.
After stream, I can show you guys how to set this up well, or Keegan can.
Yeah.
But awesome. So.
Oh.
Not a great roll.
It's not a particularly good roll. You have
Maybe
to
he'll roll bad.
That I roll horribly.
If not, I guess we start.
So this is what happens. Your character moves over here and goes to climb up on the stuff. But the stuff, as you can see here, is it's not exactly the most stable. Like, it is barrels and crates and sacks and stuff like that of stuff. You don't know what it is. And when you go to step up on it, like quickly jump up on it to get to that jump up on it, to get ready to like attack, the issue is like you step on the corner, but it's precariously placed on 2 barrels, but one of the barrels is like 1.5 inches shorter than the other one. So as you hop up on it, it actually tilts backwards a little bit, and you're like, ugh! And you step forward. But as you step forward, you overcompensate with the weight, and it crashes down hard on the other side and causes a couple of items to fall off of it. And as you stumble forward to go into the wall that's there, it's so fucking obvious how much noise you made to everybody in this room. That is to you, your companions, the guy over there, so on and so forth. But luckily, with your angle that you're at right now, you see him stand up and turn around, whip around and look out that direction. You see him like barely there, and you like throw your head back against the wall, so hopefully he doesn't see you. As you see him like look around that direction, be like, what the fuck was that? As he's like wide alert. So you know clearly he is aware of stuff, but you can't actively see him at the moment because your back's pressed against the wall trying not to get seen, right? As he like stands up and he's like, oh shit, what was that? So you know he's alert. He knows that something just crashed, but not necessarily what. Could have been rats. You never know. What do you do, Wade, or the rest of the crew, before I start taking my actions? I should say, as
prepare to swing the moment he comes through the door, and look to the other two and try to give them a signal of like, he knows.
Yeah, we all know. Oof.
But okay. I am just was the moment like that club is ready. The moment I see anyone walk through that door, I'm swinging.
Okay, what are you guys doing?
Sorry, I had an important phone call that I just half took. So the guy noticed, right?
Yep.
Yes.
So
I made a really loud crashing noise. You all know, you all heard it and know that it was really loud. And then I motioned to you, he knows, and I'm ready to swing my club.
Okay, he hasn't come out yet though.
He's most likely about to go. So what do you do as I'm walking out? What does your character do?
Fuck it, I step out, and I step to the cart, and I just start cursing. I'm like, make me come back here. You know, all the rest of them got their money and got to leave, and I have to come back. And I just start bullshitting.
Bluff check, sir. That's
I will follow his lead.
I expect it.
Actually, no, what I won't. I will stay hidden.
I expected to prepare an action to cast to use cross. That's good. All right. All right.
I'm
cool.
glad
16.
you did it because you're a better liar than me. Because I was thinking about doing it.
So yeah, you come out. Yeah, you come back here. Blah blah blah. And so you can see he's actually coming out. When you see him coming out, which I don't think Wade can, but when you start seeing him coming out, Aldo, as you're seeing him come out, you're like you know he's got his sword drawn. He's literally walking forward, has a sword drawn. He's looking out. And he looks over and he's kind of peeking over across the way and he's like, oi, hey. And he's speaking Perrin, of course. And he's like, who's that now? What are you coming back here for? And as he steps out.
Yep.
I will let him walk by if he's going to walk by because of hearing Aldo do that. And my goal will be to pull a Edric and swing to hit him in the back of the head after he passes me.
Yeah. It's like as he steps by.
So,
okay.
Yeah.
I do technically get a perception check then. Okay. To see if I
obviously feel like I'm still ready to swing.
Am I providing like distraction as well? I don't know if it would impose any negatives.
That's why if we just smashed as soon as he saw him, it would have been. Yeah. Right, Wade. So it's one of those things where because he is on alert and he is looking the opposite direction or whatever, but he is on alert. So it's one of those things where he sees the stuff on the ground as he's walking out. Like, hey, who's that out there? And he sees the stuff on the ground. And because he sees the stuff on the ground, it does just instinctively pull his eye towards some of the stuff that's knocked over on top of the
moment he starts to look to the left.
So he starts to look to the left, and this is where you swing.
Yes.
Go ahead. But because you didn't swing instantly anyways, you do lose a little bit of the benefit you have. But Wade, before you make your attack roll, couple questions. One statement. Number one, you do get a +1 chance to hit because you have higher ground. You are above him by a few feet. So you have +1 for that. But do you use power attack? A minus chance to hit for plus to damage, or are you happy enough with the amount of damage that you got with that weapon?
How armored are these guards?
Great question. You were able to view him well enough.
For a while.
Yeah, well enough before to see. I believe he's wearing leather armor, and he's wearing proper leathered, like boiled leathers. And part of that, he does have a boiled leather cap as well. Doesn't really help too much. It can soften a blow.
Let me double check here.
If you're using the cudgel, it is 1d10 plus 3. So 4 to 13 normally.
Okay, and I have a whetstone, so it's another +1 to damage.
That doesn't help with a cudgel. That only helps with bleeded weapons.
Oh, that's right. That would be the sword.
Mhm.
Okay. Fuck it. We ball. Yeah, we'll power attack.
Cool. So, more or less, click the power attack button, and whenever you shoot, because I already know the high ground. When you do your attack, we just know it's one higher than what it says for the result.
Okay, this is a two-hander, right? It's a two-hand power attack.
Correct, sir.
Yeah.
Yes. And then go ahead and make your and fuck it, we
Okay,
ball. Just makes
I
me
did not
feel, like,
add-
messy.
I did not add the +1, so add one. I guess.
We'll
to
mental
this
math
one.
that afterwards, yes, sir. All right, a 12 chance to hit. 13 chance to
13.
hit, which we already know.
It's pretty good.
10 is base, 2 from leather. If he has a +1 dexterity, that hits. So that hits. And 9
Yay.
points of damage, that would drop
Jesus.
Mikhail and Aldo. So
I would be dying right now.
well, at full health, it would, By the way,
Oh,
so
that'd
yeah,
be disabled,
you
yeah.
smash him on the top of the head, and he goes down. He just drops like a sack of taters, like the ones you dropped onto the ground. Just slumps down.
Ko will look up, give a thumbs up, and start dragging him over toward the goods, toward
Okay.
Aldo and Mikhail.
Sure. Yeah. Cool. And you guys can all kind of step out at this point.
Koa has a thought, and instead of taking him right there, he goes toward the torch and starts to prop him up against the wall like he's sleeping again.
Over on this torch.
No, the side that he was on before. Well, I
That's-
guess I wouldn't know that, would I?
Yeah, it was Aldo that saw, so you can definitely do right where you are.
Yeah, I would just drag him to the goods because I don't know about the past stuff. That was only Aldo that saw that. I don't know if he gave us that detail. We've all been.
I did. I
quiet.
told you it was like a.
Yep.
It was.
That he
no,
was
no, it
leaning.
yeah.
Leaning against
Okay,
the
then
wall,
he'd lean
so-
him up against the wall and just
Yeah, sitting
Look at
position,
you two.
obviously, yeah.
Yeah, fix his cap. I don't see the freaking dent you put in his head. Jesus.
no.
It's like a
Idra gave me
cartoon.
this
All
weapon. He's
right.
perfectly fine.
While they're doing that, I'm going into this. I just want to go into this room really quickly.
Yeesh.
What is
Yep,
is this
yep.
room? Is it
Over here.
just from what we can see? Is it? There's no other doors in this room. Like there's no other entries. It just looks like a storage room.
Yeah, it looks like a storage room. There's a bunch of shit that's stored inside there.
Yeah. While they're doing that, I'm just going to quickly look in here, seeing what they're storing in here. I'm not trying to steal anything or take anything. I just want to get a like.
When you
thing
say
of what
quickly, do you
is.
mean 1 minute? Do you mean 10 minutes?
Definitely not 10 minutes. 1 minute, I guess. I'm just opening. I'm looking in the crate. I just want to know. This is. I just want to know what's in here. I guess roughly.
1 minute is a very brief look. We're talking like you can open
Yep.
1 or 2 crates, look at 1 or 2 objects in each, and then just call it a fucking day. Great question.
Yep.
So yeah, you go over there, you pop open the crates to see what's going on, so on and so forth. Roll me your perception check, sir, to search. With a 15 total. So you're looking through the crates, trying to see what it is that you can find. You do actually have 1 crate that's already popped open, and another one that you can rip open easy enough in one corner to kind of glance inside. And inside one of the crates, what you look is you can see that it's a crate full of sacks, and based off the spill around, a lot of rice inside there. Okay, so that's just foods that are in there. Okay, interesting. And then you pop open another crate and you look inside and you can see, oh, there's a lot of an herb inside there. You're pretty sure it is some sort of maybe it's a broadleaf
Maybelline.
or something.
Flay leaf.
Yeah. So like an herb that you would smoke and
Yeah.
not medicinally.
Yeah.
Like
All right.
tobacco. kind of
So
thing.
yeah. Okay. All right. Well, I just come back out of the room. Whatever they're doing, if I get their attention, I just point at the to the hallway.
Yep.
Just be on alert.
And so you guys have a minute out here where you're like propping him up as he jogs past you and Mikhail walks up to you. You guys can talk while you're propping him up.
I'm also going to be checking the guards' possessions.
Sure. You want to like pat him down?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Koa
Make a
would
perception
probably
check.
walk over to the hallway down here and just stand there and kind of peer out, at least listen and keep an ear out.
Cool. So you pat down the guards' pockets and you end up finding that on him.
Oh. Okay. I will empty that into my coin pouch.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, hell yeah.
Cool. I have the correct names next to, so that way you don't confuse them. Cool.
Yeah. Okay. And then, is his weapon just back over here where he got whacked?
Yeah.
I would argue no. If we're trying to stage this, his weapon would be back.
Well,
by
he
him
can go
to-
grab the weapon and bring it to you to put the whole scene together. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you were dragging him, which is not light.
Oh, that's fair.
And then you can resheath it and all that fun stuff. Yeah. Cool. So then,
what is it?
It's a short sword.
Yeah, we'll just put it back on him.
Yep.
I mean,
I thought about like
think
stabbing it into something, like maybe he threw a fit and just like left it there,
once
but-
Aldo comes back out, obviously we'll realize the staging was not as important because the only way to go is the way we were hoping to block off with the staging.
Mhm.
So you can always change your mind at that point.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Aldo, you come back and you point at the hallway, you said?
Yeah, I'm like, seems like that's the only way to go. The guy that come out here, did you hear him ordering him before?
We'll shake our head. I mean, I will shake my head. I guess I won't speak.
Just heard shouting.
He seems to be able to strike fear into him. He said if he doesn't do the work, he'll be the one to end up in a cell next. So he might be one of our Lash members.
Yeah, at the very least, he's guilty enough.
Well, we got to keep pressing in then, I guess, right? I'll just wait for him to all walk out here.
Yeah. Is that a decent short sword, or is it also beat up like some of those other weapons we found?
It is not in the best of shape. So this guard is clearly well paid. Look how much coin you got off of him. But I mean, it's maintains, but maintains in accordance to somebody that doesn't know proper weapon maintenance, right?
So is it also like shoddy, essentially?
Yeah, I mean, you could probably sell it for like a little bit if you were really trying, but like, it doesn't look particularly good. Why do you ask?
Okay. Because my rapier is like half shoddy, like it has like a -1.
It is mechanically a short sword.
Okay, so I will take it.
Sure.
I'd rather not use my sentimental rapier anyway.
Yep. Cool.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Can I roll a perception or anything on the other side to see if I hear anything coming down this hallway?
Yeah, sure. So you go over and you can roll a perception check. And with your 19 perception check, you, sir, do not hear anything down that hallway at the moment.
He'll point to his ears and like shake his head at you guys, like, because Aldo was leading the way, so Koa was just kind of like holding pat in case someone else came. That crash was pretty loud, so he's like, maybe someone will come back this way, so that's why he was waiting in the hallway.
Right?
Yeah. All right,
Having
well,
heard
then we
nothing, he'll just look to Aldo like,
push forward, I guess.
Nods.
yeah.
So you guys, to be clear, so you guys are just you stop like kind of at that exact corner where you were at beforehand, and that's it.
I kind of peered down at one point, but I was mostly just listening. So yeah, once Aldo starts motioning forward, we just kind of start moving forward at this point.
Awesome. So you just make your way around the water basin and just start going out. Cool. No problem.
Refresh roll 20 real quick.
Yeah, you're good. So who's moving up first? Aldo, go ahead and roll me. Actually, everybody roll me their stealth check. Obviously, Kiken, you're going to be last, but that makes sense because you're the last one, anyways. Aldo's the most important one first.
Okay, there we go.
Cool. Mikhail's dragging ass, so I guess that's a good thing. So Aldo, you hear you hear nothing at first or whatever. And then you actually hear Mikhail, who's probably a bit distracted. Maybe he was like looking over his shoulder, whatever it might be. We'll just say with that 7 there, he clips his shoulder coming around the corner, giving you guys a bit of a heads up. And then he like clips his shoulder. Let me make sure you guys can see this. Come around this corner here, like clips his shoulders, like oh, oof, whatever it is, coming around. And you actually notice from where you are that over here, you hear somebody say, "I hope he doesn't think he's going to convince me to help him. I don't care how much of a fucking fit he's throwing. Nope. And of course, you look back and see Mikhail's like, or whatever, because he knows he made a bit of a noise coming round. But yeah, what's your name, Aldo? You heard somebody from like round here saying something. I mean, it's only like 30, 40 feet away, and they said it to themselves, but loud enough you heard them muttering.
Yeah.
You barely heard it, but you heard it.
I look back at the others, and I point, and so he wasn't whispering, right? But he was
Talking to himself,
just kind of muttering. Yeah.
He was like talking to himself, but not quietly. He was like,
Yeah.
"He throws as much of a fit as he wants. I'm not helping him. Nope, nope, nope." And he said that because he heard Mikhail make that noise, like so he more or less, you can kind of assume that he assumes that guy's gonna come and ask for help.
Yeah.
Did only he hear that?
Only Aldo, yeah.
Cool. Okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna whisper to the other two, right? Even if I have to, if I'm concerned, even if I step to like here or something, and I just say, there's a guy around the corner. He heard you, Mikhail. Thinks it's the guy coming to ask for help. We can either rush around and attack, or I can try and get him to come in here.
You're good with changing your voice. See if you can get him to come out. Wait, did you say something?
If it
doesn't.
No.
I said, should we move back? As in, like, should we try to ambush him in the other room? Like, he'll motion.
I leave. Sure. Yeah, I guess.
Right.
You guys move
So I
your
guess
back.
we move back. And from like halfway or something, I just say around the
move
corner.
back was, should we lure him back to that room? Not should we move back to talk, but should we lure him back to that room?
If I'm going to yell out to the guy, I'm going to yell out from the hallway.
Right.
So like, yeah, that's why I pulled back.
I don't think my first whisper was heard either, so I'm just trying to clarify what I was saying.
Yeah. This is
when I walk
work
back,
or
I'm not.
it's not.
I'm not trying to be particularly quiet. By the way, since he said he already heard me, so he'll think dude walked a little bit.
Some basic footsteps heard. Go ahead, Jake. You were saying something?
Nothing. I guess I yell out to the guy, right? Not obviously not. I'm like I'm talking to the guy. I'm not screaming the thing down once again, right?
Projecting, not yelling. Yeah.
Yeah. And he's like, "There's so much. There's so much to do. Hey, can you give me a hand? It's just me.
Roll me a bluff check, because that's how you disguise your voice as bluff check. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Cool. So with your bluff check, let me go ahead and roll my roll. You hear echoing down. No thanks. Gotta keep an eye over here. Things never know if someone's gonna come early. Huh. Good luck.
Can I sense motive it to see if there's like a,
whether
tonal
he
shift here?
suspects something?
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to sense motive, his sense motive?
Yep.
Cool, he'll sense motive, you're that.
Okay. I was like, can I do it though? Because he did.
Yeah. Go ahead. You're trying to read the tone.
Yeah.
You're pretty confident they just don't want to fucking do that work.
Yeah. So he just yells out. He's like, "Come on, man! I'll give you tonight's pay, please."
Everybody knows that you fall asleep all the time.
2 nights' pay.
There's a pause.
At this point, he just says, "A week? You're doing most of the work." He grumbles as he comes back in.
Roll diplomacy.
He's gonna pull. Yeah.
Should have a pretty big bonus offering a week's pay. It was that dude's idea.
The implied bribe.
That's like a 30.
Ooh, yeah.
A week's pay. What these guys are getting paid? Fuck, man, I'll do it.
There's again another pause. You're like, you're doing most of the work, and then what? You turn and walk off.
Yeah, I like audibly walk out and around here.
Sure, yeah. You guys go position yourselves or what have you, right? Cool.
Yeah.
You actually hear echoing from down the hallway. Yeah, I'm gonna go and help him. Yeah. yeah. Oh shit. All right. And then he starts making his way round over here, and you can like hear the footsteps coming. Is like, I'm coming as he's coming around. Except, can somebody in chat? I'm gonna say who's older, Jaaek or Kiken? I think Kiken is older than Jaaek.
I'm 33 for another month minus a day.
Yeah, you're older than Jaaek.
Yeah.
Jake's the baby of the stream. Hey, sorry girl, can you go ahead and roll me a
I could have been the
D100?
youngest.
Can you go ahead and roll me a D100, sorry girl? Pretty please and thanks.
Why? Sorry, girl of all people.
I think it's
Thanks.
sorry.
Thanks, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry girl. Thanks, that's Mikhail. That works for me.
What do you mean that's Mikhail? What the fuck does that mean?
You're the higher number. Mikhail, I do have to ask a very important question.
Yeah.
What's your flat-footed AC?
Oh, for fuck's sake. Bad? It's 10, even.
Damn it. So I miss. Even flat-footed, I miss. All of a sudden,
Good.
a viper strikes out from inside the water that you're over near that you probably didn't realize, but other people didn't go into or around or touch or whatever before.
Didn't the one dude go wash his face off or something?
No,
One
went
guy
to
walked
and
up.
somebody smacked him, was like, and gestured to outside. But you didn't see that only
I
Aldo
thought they
did.
were just... oh my
a
God.
viper literally rises up from the water and strikes at you as you're standing there waiting. And I'm assuming you don't want to yip or yell or scream too loud. So for you to not do that, I think you're going to have to go ahead and roll me a bluff check. But otherwise, strikes at you and misses. And now we have to roll initiative. Oh, that's pretty solid. Hold on. I said I'm coming. Goddamn whiner. You hear. And now I need you guys to go ahead and roll me. Well, let me set it up. Oh, yeah, I think you're good anyways. You're good. Oh, wow. You guys rolled trash. That's awesome.
Oh, for fuck's
Dude,
sake.
what
dude.
in the world?
Roll initiative for this guy.
17. Cool.
These get open rolled because it goes straight onto the thing anyways. Let me go ahead and roll for the Viper. Okay.
Yeah, that's great. Yep.
Awesome.
Dude,
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So,
This is
funny
what we
enough,
want.
I did prepare to attack this guy as he walks around the corner for whatever that's
so
worth.
long as you hold that prepared action, should he not walk by yet. So let's go. He goes out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 as his move. And then as his action, 1, 2, sees you as he comes around the corner. He's like, hey, who are... And then because you want to hit him, as soon as he sees you and before he can call out, right, Wade? Listen to my description. If you want to hit him before he can call out, you have to hit him around the corner, which means he has hard cover, which is a +2 to AC.
Gotcha.
Because he's
So-
through a corner, so he has a +2 AC from something called hard cover.
Yeah, I gotta try. Yeah.
That way he can't call out or anything. Cool.
That
You
is
go
the
ahead and
goal.
make your attack roll. So the reason why I bring this up, you don't get the +1 because you're not higher ground.
Right.
Are you going to power attack or are you going to trust the attack roll?
I mean, if I don't one-shot him, he's gonna make noise anyway, right? So, kind of have to try.
Are you going to
Fuck it, we ball.
Okay.
Yep. Let's go.
YOLO?
No.
All right, I think I've got that on there.
I'm going to YOLO those dice for him. YOLO the dice.
That's a good sign.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
No crit confirmation, but Jesus Christ, Wade. Oh, my God.
He didn't need the critical.
No,
I saw the 2 and my heart sunk, and I saw the 20, and I was like, please be the other way around.
the guy comes around and he's like, hey, who? Poof. Like literally, he's like, hey, who? You step around the corner and you swing so hard. You You hit his head, so you hit his shoulder with the bat. Then his opposite shoulder hits the wall. Then his head snaps with whiplash and also hits the wall. Then his knee hits the ground. Then his shoulder hits the ground. Then his head hits the ground. And then, after that, the Viper strikes.
It's gonna bite me again, I'm guessing.
Oh, I'm going to try to.
Yeah.
Let's see if I have better luck this time.
No, I'd rather
Yes!
not.
Is he still flat-footed?
No.
It doesn't matter.
But the 20 is a good chance to hit.
Total of 20.
So hit you for 1 point of damage, and you also have to make for me, please, sir, a fortitude save.
Oh, okay. You said make a fortitude save? Got it. I make it.
Make for me a fortitude save.
Oh, you want me to like roll it? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I guess.
Oh, are you comfortable with that roll? I guess you
No,
have to be.
but what the fuck am I supposed to do? I'm not going to spend a hero point on it, I don't
I'll
think.
let you know at the top of initiative whether or not it affected you. Aldo, it's your turn.
I'm sure it did. I think I failed about one.
It's also a beguiling mini. It's not actually that big. It's much smaller.
Yeah, right. Well, I have a loaded crossbow in my hand, so I think according to you, right, if I was to 5-foot step here, I could fire without risk of hitting Mikhail because he's so close, right?
Yeah, my rule is if you are directly behind somebody, I allow you to ignore that person because you're more or less going to angle like step left or angle over their shoulder or whatever it might be. That is the way I do it. It is a house rule, not an actual rule.
Neat.
Okay. I'm going to do that and fire, I guess.
It's like in the restaurant industry.
That's what's in my hand.
You have verbal and nonverbal cues to be around each other, and it's
I
kind
don't
of
think crossbows are that loud. These guys were yelling. I don't think it
crossbow.
matters.
It's a pretty loud twang.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Is it?
But
Yeah,
but that doesn't necessarily mean it echoes well.
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily echo well,
a
but it is
sharp
loud
noise.
if you're in the immediate sound vicinity. Unfortunately, that is a shit roll. Let me see my AC.
That's definitely not that.
Yeah, it's definitely not that. That does not hit. I'm sorry. So you step as a free 5-foot step. You attack, and you unfortunately miss. After that is whose turn? Mikhail's turn. Mikhail, what do you do, sir?
Hey. Well, I'm try to hit him with the short sword
Okay.
since that's what I'm holding.
Go right ahead, sir.
Nope.
Y'all.
I'm gonna 5-foot step over here.
No,
That didn't work out.
No fumbles or anything, but you try to hit the thing with a short sword, and unfortunately, it's smaller and it moves so quickly. You just kind of like put a nasty nick into the short sword as you smash onto the stone that's there instead.
Extra glad that wasn't my rapier.
Yeah, exactly. Koa, it's your turn, sir.
5-foot step over there. That's it.
All right. Swing away, George. Not a power attack.
Ooh, a 14. That's I assume you stepped up, by the way.
Yeah. Sorry, I would have stepped up.
Oh.
In the corner there.
A 14. Ooh, are you confident with your 14?
No, I choose to add 2 to it.
Okay, then you hit.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yep. So unfortunately for the poor little snick, who literally has only 3 health points, you quadrupled its health as you smash it and it goes splat, like boot to spider.
I step away from the pool of water the moment I swing.
Yep, fair enough. You step up, you swing, you step back. That also makes a loud thud noise, a kind of echoes.
Swinging sideways and just hitting the snake. I didn't hit the wall or smash it straight down. I smashed it like a baseball.
Oh, in which case it's like a bug. It just goes ting, 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 and keeps coming at you.
I imagine the wall is sprayed right now, yeah.
So far, that's 2 animals that have tried to bite me, and I've been bitten twice.
I mean, oh, by the way, your fortitude save, if it makes you feel any better, you passed.
Thank
Hey.
I was like, I think I failed by 1, but I don't remember.
You
I
did
was
not.
like a 10, or I was like, it's probably between a 10 and a 12, somewhere in that range.
You did not suffer 1d2 con damage, which would have been awful. Yeah.
Yeah, that'd have been real fucking bad.
Koa will like look to you like, all right.
Oh, I think it fucking bit me. Checking to see where like the fangs went through my clothes.
Yep. You look and you see the
shit.
fangs, and you actually see the clothes are kind of soaked with like some film that's there, and probably Koa can pretty quickly identify that is venom, like it's the milk of the viper.
Well, let's hope none of that got in your blood, or else you'd be in trouble.
I don't think it broke the skin. Holy shit! Why are there snakes in there?
Oh, he says he starts dragging the body around the corner.
Props him up like he's also asleep. You propping his shoulder to shoulder.
No, he's just gonna put him around the corner here, like basically where he's standing.
Ping
Well,
for me?
no, I guess that would be kind of in the way. Yeah, he'll drag him back a little bit further. He'll put him on the opposite wall, like this wall. He'll put him up against the torch across the way. He's not gonna get that much effort, but
Yep.
he does want this place to stand, and he doesn't want to put this guy by the snake pit. One, the snakes might eat him, but two, also that might just lure them out and be a problem later. So,
Fun fact. I think I don't remember chicken or egg. I don't remember. But Malik was actually a character played in a Patreon campaign by Celsier, who's a longtime viewer and player and whatnot. Anyways, I don't remember if he hates snakes because of coming in here before, or if coming in here and being attacked by that exact snake made him hate snakes. I don't remember which one it was, but I got him with that snake, and he used way too powerful of magic for way too small of a creature. It was just a funny scenario.
fireball.
Right.
But anyways, it was just so there are people in chat that knew that snake was in there and kept and bit their tongues. So good job, guys. But
Goddamn.
anyways, let's keep going.
I'm gonna use like the sheath of the short sword to try to like gradually nudge the body of the viper back into the pool, so it's not just splattered on the side.
There's, I mean, I imagine with the amount of damage I did, there's not much of a body to put in there.
I'll nudge the pieces of the body back into the pool,
Reminds me of
While you're doing
and then
that,
there's just
Koa,
a stain. And it's like,
Koa just looks to Aldo like, "Do we move forward now?"
Aldo looks at you, and you can see like almost like he's in shock. Like he's like he hasn't reloaded his crossbow. His arms are shaking, and he just says, yeah, we can move up, but I don't know how many times this trick's gonna work. There's another one up the hallway that he was talking to. I don't know if I can get him to come down. I don't know if he's gonna see us when we go around the bend. And he just trails off.
yeah, we're doing good so far, Aldo. Relax. We'll
Reload your
just take a
weapon.
breath for a second.
Might need that. Like gesture your crossbow.
Yeah, you can see he goes to do it, but you've seen him reload it before, and it was a very practiced, like quick thing, and his like hands are just shaking as he's like rearming
Koa
the
like
crossbow.
put a hand on your shoulder.
You get a hand on both your shoulders then.
You're doing all right. These are slavers. These are bad people, and so far, I believe the only fatality has been the snake.
Yeah. I don't know what to do about the guy up there.
Well, we either try to call him down. If he refuses, we go up and we deal with him.
But what do I what can I say to him? Like, all right.
We have a particularly large
Alright.
crate that just arrived, and it's going to take another hand to move it. And if we don't, the boss will be real pissed.
Yeah, we can peek around there anyway. He's expecting noise up here now. We don't.
Or
Our steps don't need to be quiet.
something along those lines. I don't know, but perhaps that would be suspicious. Like I said, we try something. If it doesn't work, then, well, at least we got this far already.
All right. Aldo just nods, and they'll continue up, I guess, back to where we were before.
Yeah, because we can at least peek around the corner now.
Okay. Sure. Let's go ahead and do that. So you guys go and peek, and I'm assuming this will be Aldo specifically. You guys can like hang back by this corner here, and Aldo can like move up to this one if you will, and we'll go ahead and give him that view. Aldo, I assume you want to roll stealth check for me, sir?
Yep.
Yeah, you're pretty quiet. You know what I mean? Like your hands are shaking, but your legs are steady, right? Nothing about spaghetti. So you're making your way over, and you peek out, and actually, that place out there is decently well lit. Not properly, like, oh my god, it's bright, but it's well enough lit because you can see where you are. There's a brazier, not a brazier, a brazier out there that's like well fed with like well fed brazier that's over there. So like
Be right back.
it is lighting up that area pretty darn well. But this is also the room with the chasm because you can see that there is a bridge that's... Oh, does it stretch across? Either it dips in pretty low, so it's hard to tell, or there's a broken bridge, which is strange. Daring a moment, you do peek around the corner to see if you can get a quick glance. Jake, just step up 1 square. And you can see, oh shit, across the way there's a guard that's over there. As a matter of fact, there's not one. There's 2 guards over there that you can see. The one that's over in the hallway, because there seems to be more worked stone that way. The one that's over in the hallway, they look like they might have a short bow on them. Fuck. Oh, but the one that's closer, just across the chasm, that one, you're squinting. They're holding a spear. Well, that can be dangerous too, if they throw their only weapon. You're not sure if it's their only weapon, but yeah, they have a spear in their hand. That's what you can see from here. Step back down 1. But you don't know what's up and around the corner to the north of you until you
From where I am, I still have sight of this person. I'm just letting you know.
Yeah, that's the brazier.
Okay. Oh, that's a brazier. I thought it was a person. Where was the other person? Sorry.
Oh yeah, step up again. I'll ping them for you so you can see them nice and clearly.
Yeah.
So is this guy here?
I see that one. Yeah.
This guy here.
Okay, I can't see that guy. That you just.
You can't? Oh, that's funny. Because I'm seeing through your eyes, and I can.
No, I can see like is this whatever this is here, but then there's like it's just all black here.
Oh, that's funny. They get so dark for you. Oh, I obviously have different eyes because I'm the DM, so I see things differently than you do. By the way, yeah. So you do see a person here. They are in shadow, so they would be like, say, because a dim light makes a 20% mischance. We would take a shot against them, which is scary.
Yeah.
But either way, you're good. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I pull back now, and I whisper to the group.
As you pull back and you're about to whisper to the group, you hear something that makes your eyes widen a little bit. It's a rattling of chains, but not rattling of chains like the slaves or whatever it is that you're trying to gather. No, it's a much more familiar rattling of chains. Like, oh god, I know that sound. Roll me an intelligence check, DC 6.
Yep.
Oh, I give you a 75% chance and you failed. It's a familiar rattling of chains. That you heard and you're like, the fuck was that? And it came from up north. But anyways, you step back, you're opening your mouth, you're about to start whispering, and you hear that and you're like, the hell? And you step around the corner to talk to them. Go ahead.
Yeah. He goes, did you hear that? Chains.
I'm assuming we did not.
No.
No, I did not hear anything.
Did you see captives up there?
There's no, there's 2 guards that I could see. One's got a spear, and the other has a bow.
And you heard someone else closer whenever you called for the other guy.
Yeah. I don't know whether this is my intelligence check or not, but I can't. It doesn't sound like the chain's like the chain that old mate had in the house, like the chain, right?
The old mate had
Weapon.
It's not like a spike chain weapon that I heard, right? From because I've seen that guy before.
Maybe, but honestly, it sounds different than that. But definitely familiar. God damn it, you can't place it.
Okay, yeah. What do you want to do next? I don't know that there's a bridge, but I don't even know if it goes all the way across.
Koa's gonna peek out real quick because I've not looked down this hallway. Okay, so that's just that. There's nothing up there. It just turns.
Correct.
Well, we either push out there and begin a fight. We try to lure them in here somehow. I don't know what other
Just the
options we
two of
have.
them?
That's all I've seen. But like I said, I can hear something else. I don't know what it is.
Well, likely if we stop out there and start a fight, then we're no longer going to have stealth on our side.
What do you want to do?
How close together were they?
30 feet.
Far apart. Go ahead.
While you guys are talking, the torch behind you, the torch behind you, starts going a bit dimmer, as it's burning low. Torches only last an hour. Have to be replaced pretty regularly.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Keegan. I'm sorry I interrupted you.
Oh, you're good. Excuse me. I say, yeah, that's too far apart. I need them within about 20 feet of each other to try to put them to sleep. I don't
Can
know.
we make a distraction to get them closer together?
Yeah, something that might get their attention. Not on alert immediately, but maybe they'll walk closer. Like Aldo said earlier, if I start playing the lute, that could go either way. It's definitely going to get their attention.
Torch is dimming here. We could take it and throw it out there and yell something angrily. Aldo, you could, and be like, "We need a new fucking torch" or something.
Oh, I think he's doing the thing. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know what that chain thing would be either. Maybe I should. I don't want to get caught. I don't know if you saw any other exits. I don't remember. Or like ways in or out there.
I think we just need Scott, we're just waiting on Jake to be done with. He's got something going on.
Yeah, I think he's got a call again.
Oh, gotcha. I was like, you guys are like whispering. What do you say?
I'm just sorry. My daughter's the person. My mum's supposed to pick my daughter up, but she's not answering the phone, so I just need a minute.
Yeah, you're good.
Uh-oh. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. I just. What was the question you asked?
Basically, if you could fake a voice again to lure him over, if I
Yeah.
throw a torch, be like, "We need another."
Yeah,
fucking
I
torch."
can try. I have an angle I might try and push, but I don't know if it'll work or not.
Yeah.
So
it's
I
also-
can do that if you guys are ready.
It's also you guys haven't seen the whole area yet, so you're not entirely sure what's out there yet. So
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna trust you more than ourselves because you've looked out there. So we're gonna follow your lead. We're just offering ideas. Whatever lead you go
Yeah.
with, we'll follow. So if you motion for me to go like stand on this corner up here, I will. If you want us to fall back again, wherever you kind of direct, we're gonna trust you because you're the one that looked.
I was gonna say, Jake, if you need to make that phone call, we can always have one of their characters also make a stealth check to take a glance, or we can just speak in the meta for a minute. You're welcome to make your call, sir.
Yeah, just give me a minute. I was
Yeah, go
gonna
ahead.
sort this out really
Yeah,
quick.
you're good. You mute and camera
you're
and all
good.
that stuff. We'll go to you guys. Would one of you guys also want to go up and take a glance just so you have a bit more information to work with, or at least be able to personally see it yourself? Or do you want to? Is that not a gamble you want to take?
It's something Mikhail was already kind of thinking, especially because even if they do start approaching, he wants to try to cast like once they're close enough. If like they walk 5 feet and then one of them breaks off and comes in, then
Sure.
I guess then we rinse and repeat. I guess, but
Sure.
so yeah, he would start heading out. I don't know if Koa would go as well or just wait.
Roll your
No,
stealth
he's
check.
not gonna risk making even more noise, so he'll just let you go.
You've rolled pretty consistently low, so you should have a good opportunity to roll well now.
Oh, I appreciate that.
You're welcome. Look at that. So you can go up, take 3 steps forward. And you can see the same thing that he had seen before. So again, I don't know how hard it is for you to see, but there is one here with a spear. There is one over here with a short bow. There is the brazier that's right there as well. And unfortunately, you can't see much beyond what I've already described, because like there's the chasm that's here, some more stone or whatever that's over here. This all looks more like unworked stone than it does, like the area that you're in right now. But you can't see too much. There's a hallway over here, but again, you can't really see anything other than a couple of stairs, and that's it. Not much detail from here. You have no idea what's going on up top this way.
Gotcha. Okay.
Before you step away, let me
light.
know, but or your character might continue glancing for a while. Go ahead, Keegan. What were you saying?
Yeah, this area is well lit, so he doesn't want to move around too much up here either. But yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Cool. So if you're standing there for a moment, just trying to like absorb it, soak it in, or whatever, trying to like plan, especially distances. Like if you try to cast a spell on this guy over here, that's a good distance, but you think well within the range of your sleep spell if you need to, as you're doing like calculations in your mind and whatnot. That all being said, all of a sudden you hear something. You hear like a skittering of, it sounds like rock, like a hollow rock bouncing on rock or whatever it is, like bump, 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 bump. And then you also hear that chain noise, like before. And you can go ahead and make an intelligence check as well. And you notice quick enough to pull back early enough to not get noticed by the dog that comes running down to pick up the bone that was just thrown for the dog to get, and then turns and runs back as that jingling of the chain that you're trying to pick out or whatever it is literally a dog's collar, like a chain collar around the dog. It's not like they have nylon collars, right? Like a chain around the dog's neck as it comes down and then goes running back up.
Oh. I go back.
You guys are saying thank God right now until Scott makes us kill a dog in this campaign.
Right.
Just want y'all to know that, chat.
You can just boop it.
Yeah, with a fucking club.
I mean, Club Baby Seal.
So yeah, I go back. I go, okay, figured out what the chain was. It's a dog. It's a dog with a chain collar.
Right. Was it with anyone or was it by itself?
I was chasing a bone. Somebody definitely threw it.
Does that mean there's a third person or one of the other two?
There's got to be a third person. I mean, unless the dog flung the bone itself, but seems kind of unlikely.
I couldn't train
There's at
my
least
dog
a
to do that, so I doubt the dog could.
Yeah, so there's at least a third. I snuck ahead and figured out what the chain was. It is a dog's collar.
Right, okay. So,
what you missed
do you guys
now
want
is
me to...
there's 3 people, 1 dog.
Yeah.
What we know.
Mm-hmm.
I just said to you, so do we try and lure them, well, at least one of them, back in? Or, and as soon as we do that, they're going to be on alert anyway, because the only way I can see this working is if I, let's just say old mate was too tired and got a little bit too close to the water. So maybe if I yell that, he's been bit, they might send someone. They might not. I don't know. Either that or we could just make our move now.
It could be worth a try, although at least we wouldn't be out in the
That
open
will
dealing
throw
with
a
four.
false surprise, though.
I think anything we do is potentially going to do that.
Yes. So we have a man with a bow, a man with a spear, an unknown man, and a dog.
At the very least.
Yeah.
I think the gambit's worth a shot. I mean, even if they see through it, I don't know if they'll all come flooding down in this hallway. It seems like a bad idea if you have numbers.
I will also say at this point, We've been quiet so far. Could try to alert the others and either have them push in or meet us here.
Oh, yeah, you mean pull back for now and...
Not for long, but if we make it quick enough.
I don't think that'll work. There's the other one, the one that seems to be the boss. He came in here before and was demanding the work be done.
That's true.
I mean, if he comes
we
to
can
check
drag
on
them
it,
Come
then
back.
Leave one of the men face down with the body of the snake next to it and drag the other one outside.
There wasn't much of a body to that snake.
it's up to you, but I don't think retreating at this point is beneficial.
That's fair. I just know we are now going to have the odds against us. If we know that there's a man that we don't see, 3 others, and a dog.
Yeah, we know the way. We know the way behind us is clear, though. So if it gets bad, we do have a way out. We still have the smoke pellets.
Let's try luring them with the snake story. That way, at least, even if we give away our element of surprise, we're taking on 1 or 2 at a time, and on our terms, not out in the open.
Yeah, as many as we can come to us.
So do I yell for help, or do I just start yelling in the main room so they can hear?
Probably help. Be a little freaked out like you would be if a snake just killed or attacked someone right next to you.
Yeah.
All right.
You're better at this than I am. I don't know.
All right. I guess I'm gonna try it.
All right. Really leaning on those bluff checks tonight. Oof.
Yep.
I mean, we're trying to be smart about how we fight, so it makes sense, right?
We need to.
Yeah.
I mean, even just the number
right.
of people we fought already could have been really dangerous if we fought them straight.
Now, Snaga's got a point. You two at least still do have hero points. So you could give yourself a +8 on one of these bluffs.
Is now the time to use it, or would you wait for a more critical?
I don't know,
point?
just something worth remembering, because I don't know if they're new to you two. They're new to me, so remembering that's... I already used mine for a very important check, I will argue. But
It's a good question.
yeah, it's tough.
It's not like it's because it's kind of like finite, right? We don't know when we're going to get it back.
Yeah.
But I feel like
Exactly.
using it now, though, if we can lure at least one more in, it's going to help us a lot too.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a little bit worried about the dog though, but you know,
If it works, it'd be weird to send a dog to help when someone was bit by a
no,
snake.
I'm just but the guy with the dog could come, but that's beside the point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. If
all
the
right,
guy
this
with
is-
the dog goes, it's not the worst thing either.
Yeah, but I'm going to use it. I think using it now is, I mean, I could think of a million different things, right, that it'd be really helpful for, but I think keeping this ruse going, I think that's being smart. So I will use the hero point, and I will start yelling in the room, "You idiot! I know you're always fucking sleeping. How stupid can you be? Going close to the water, getting bit. You're as good as gone." Like he just starts like carrying on, but obviously it's almost like in shock.
Okay, so apply your modifier.
Yeah. So what's the modifier? It's an 8.
It's an 8 if you apply it before you roll, yeah, or if you apply after.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Let's hope. Okay.
Ooh. Damn.
Absolutely works. So you say that hollering down, and you hear somebody call out, "Hey, what's that? Someone got bit by this fucking viper?"
I yell back.
Like it gets like
Yeah,
echoing
good old
down, like I get echo.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, it's sleepy. I don't know, whatever. I just make up a name. I'm like, yeah, good old sleepy here.
Hey, someone
Yeah,
got bit by
it's
the
more or less what he
viper?
says.
How do you
Yell
weak
out.
echo?
Yeah, his own fault. Having me do the work while he tries to catch a nap.
He calls over, and you hear him be like, come up with a name here for somebody. We'll say, hey, Joe got bit by the viper. Be like, what? Got bit by it, yeah. You hear somebody else call, fuck him. You're a third person call out. Nah, we should probably help him out. One of us would want it. You're a fifth person call out, and you hear like a whole fucking conversation. That's so you guys realize, remember when he said the room with the giant fucking hole is where everybody was? And then you go, all right, let's go get him. Yeah, he's a fat fuck anyways, isn't he? All right, let's go get him. And you hear a bunch of people go in to go grab him. And you hear a bunch of boots coming your way all at once as you realize, oh shit, we are no longer...
Sent the whole fucking crew.
A whole bunch of people coming your way.
Oh, by the way, I moved back. I'm moving back into the room.
Oh, of course.
I assume we
Absolutely.
all were. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Do me a favor.
Are we going to get him by the door, the hallway here? Or are we falling further back? Or should I wait here?
Roll me perception
I think
checks.
you should wait. Okay, yeah.
You want to be at the corner, probably. Ooh, okay.
Okay, you hear the jingle of the chain as it's coming over, but likely not because they brought the dog with them, but likely because so many people coming over. You hear so many boot steps that the dog is like, and like coming along as well.
Yeah.
Great. Scott's going to make us kill a dog, chat. If you didn't like him for killing Phil, just remember that.
I mean, guard dogs is a pretty common thing. All right. Here we go.
Your world, Scott. You have to make it that way. You could have had guard snakes. You could have had guard birds. You chose dog.
Guard birds? Cool. So
he's
they're
killing the dogs. He's killing the snakes. He's killing the guards.
Actually,
Killing the pets.
I was actually just gonna listen to a whole bunch of opera music and awkwardly dance to it for 40 minutes. That was my plan instead. So,
is Koa using the great sword now, or are they still going to use the great club?
We've got 2 knocked out. I think it's time probably for sword.
I do need you guys to roll stealth checks for like where you're hiding. Actually, I would say, Jake, you don't have to. You're so far around a corner, you just automatically pass.
Can you see over the stairs where you're at, or do you need to like be one over to actually?
He can step over to attack. Yeah, he'll just have to step over.
I would just whisper at Mikhail too, like, if you can put him to sleep, this is going to be the time.
Yeah. Yes, Joey, I know I'm near the snake pit. I'm assuming I'm not, like, I'm down under it instead of just like standing.
Yeah, you're
by
kneeling
it,
down. You're not standing up. Yeah. I gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine he's very carefully knelt down. He's like a bit, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So as they're walking forward and you're like gripping yourself and getting...
Sorry, if it's safe enough, I would stand one back further too. I just didn't know if it was safe to be there.
Sorry, actually, like this. Yeah. So as they're walking forward, they coming up, and then all of a sudden you hear... as you hear the dog growling. And
nothing came through for me. So
the dog's growling.
I heard like,
and the dog's growling. And so you hear somebody say, "Hey, what's up? Why are you acting so funny? What's going on here?" And you hear one of the other guys stepping forward, and he's like, "Hey, what the hell's going?" As he looks across and he sees like a couple of the bodies, whatever that's there. Wade, you're pulled back, so you're outside of the range of attack of opportunity.
That's okay. Mikhail's doing a thing here.
Cool. So they are stepping. Mikhail, you're able to pop up and see them as they're coming around and seeing shit here and so on and so forth. So you're able to take your action now. You're the only one with prepared action, and then we have to roll initiative.
My action. There it is.
And can you burst it for me right in the center of the... because it's a 10-foot radius burst, so you can actually hit all 3 of those people that are there. Yeah, and you have enough angle to easily see all 3 of them. Yeah, you would just kind of put it here, and it would hit like this.
Mm-hmm.
out, out, and then like that. So you cast sleep. Cool. When you cast sleep, it hits a maximum of 4 HD. And so I get 3 will saves. I'm going to go ahead and roll those right now. You didn't lullaby first, so I just get my flat saves.
Nope.
And I think I know my modifier. I do. What's the DC, sir?
13.
Oh, it's right there. I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
Everybody roll initiative for
looking
me.
away.
Highlight your mini first. Don't forget. And please roll your initiative for me.
We're rolling initiative at 11 o'clock. See, we just need to change the time that we say this goes to.
Oh, we can always stop at this point too, but roll this here. Yeah, a nail biter pause. Do I have the right guy? Yep.
Sheesh.
Okay. Is everybody rolled?
Yeah.
Up.
Awesome.
Aldo got a 21, and I'm in the middle. Mikhail's at 10.
It's better than last time. So are
Yeah,
theirs.
1, 2, 1, 1, 2, or whatever the hell we had. Yeah.
Yeah.
As you pop out, literally, like as you pop out, and saying your words or whatever it is that you do, and you throw your hand forward, and the dust flies across the room, and explodes in like a explosion of like dust and sand or whatever around them. You see all 3 of them are like, oh, like 2 of them kind of like collapse together and like slide down, and so they're like leaned against each other, snoring. One of them hits the wall and slides down the wall, and his legs kind of like awkwardly sticking out to the side as all 3 of them fall asleep simultaneously. Now it's Aldo's turn.
Oh,
Damn. Nice.
Pop up. And I'm gonna shoot.
Can you see from there?
There.
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
There.
Yeah. So I assume, do you shoot the dog? Because the people that are on the ground, it's a -4 chance to hit because they're prone, and
There's no other guy standing. It's just
not
the
that
3.
you can see from your angle, I don't believe. Yeah. There's another guy, but he has improved cover because he's around. He's got cover from the angles.
Damn you,
that you're
Scott.
in. You can
Damn
move.
for making a
You
guard
can move
dog.
more.
you can ready an
I'm
action.
gonna have to shoot the dog. That's just it.
All right.
You
there
can
you
also
go.
prepare an action.
Guard owl.
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't hit.
So he sees the dog, and he's like,
I'm a little glad it missed. I'm sorry.
Dude, I'm not. That means I gotta fucking do it, and I've got the sword.
Maybe it scared it away.
It hit the wall like well short, like so it goes from like you, and it hits the wall like here, and like skitters off like so on and so forth, and so it doesn't hit. After Aldo's turn is the dog, who then when you step out and you take that shot, the dog sees you and is like and starts running and barking at you. It has a speed, so it goes. Can it move directly at you? Hold on. It can.
There are people in the way, which are difficult terrain, aren't they?
Not allies.
Unconscious
They can't
allies?
be. They're unconscious. What are you talking about?
That is fair. I would say a dog is acrobatic enough to easily clear jumping over a person, though. My
That's
dog,
fair. They could probably jump.
because
Yeah.
they're way more athletic than people.
Does that
of
not
their
make it
size.
difficult? Well, I don't know if it's difficult. I don't know. The rules
It would be
of
difficult terrain, but it's like a DC 5 to clear a 5-foot space. It's probably got a way higher acrobatics than that.
Yeah. My concern is whether or not I can get over jump up on stairs and get you, and I don't think it can. I think it's unfair to say I can do that. So I would say that because its movement gets it to here, gets to here, and I'll take one step of 5-foot terrain, so difficult terrain. So I'll get to here as my movement. I'll move to here. I think I did that right. That's my
Why
movement.
is that
50
the
feet.
dog icon, man? You could have made it mean and scary.
Oh, here, let me share with
Make it
You
everybody.
made it
cat,
like a
dude.
fucking good boy.
Just make it a cat. We know it's a dog, but just make the art a cat. That'll be fine.
There
They're
you go.
killing the cats. They're killing the dogs. killing the snakes.
Okay. I can get a big Newfie if you want, a big floofy Newfie. So he moves up the 50 feet, then sees, honestly, probably doesn't even notice because he's so like looking this way, sees Mikhail and rushes up to Mikhail to attack Mikhail, but stops because that's my double move, right?
Yeah.
Now it's going to be this one's turn, who sees all 3 of them fall asleep and immediately turns back the other way and starts yelling. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're under attack! We're under attack! There's a fucking mage! We're under attack! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're under attack! There's a fucking mage! And then it's Wade's turn. Wade, do you go chasing down the person that you just heard yelling that? Or do you go assist
Damage is
Mikhail?
done at this point, so I feel like I have to help my party. Is the dog engaged right now? Is that an attack thing?
The dog is engaged but can't attack.
Right, but I could flank.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. You can flank at that +2. You get a sweet, sexy +2.
Yeah. Do I have to be like here?
Yep. Absolutely.
Piece of shit. Alright, there's a +1 to damage if I hit because of the whetstone. I'm swinging the great sword, which is what I had out.
Do you feel it necessary to power attack a dog? Your damage with this is what? 2d6 plus
2d6
4?
plus 4 right now. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you were the worst.
Do you feel it necessary, or do you think
Do you feel it necessary to power attack a dog?
That's an 18.
You think that's an adequate amount of force?
18, 9 points of damage. I mean, Wade, you want to describe your...
It's quick. It's painless as it can be.
I mean, well, it's still technically alive. It bleeds out at this point because it's, it has constitution.
It doesn't know that, Scott. It's unconscious. Jeez.
Right.
Okay. Let's just round off this one round of combat here. So you come up behind it and it's like, "Ow!" Sorry. Ow! And then it's Mikhail's turn as you're like, oh, thank God, because that dog was going to bite you.
Yeah. In character, Mikhail is not as compassionate about animals as me, especially not now. But, God damn it, he breathes a sigh of relief, and then hearing that bullshit, he's gonna move. We'll go here first, see what I can see. Shit, can't see that dude. And that was 15, 2025, 30. Shit, I can't see him.
Oh, I guess after the dog, I would have.
Or wait, that
back
was
down
25,
too.
wasn't it? I double counted when I shouldn't have.
Oh, it's fine. I'll stay. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Right?
You could guess 30's here.
Yeah. Well, I moved slightly suboptimal. But sure, if you say so. I can't see him anyway.
Sure.
Just fuck.
If you wanted to.
You got around the corner.
Yeah. 30's there. One of those two. Cool. And would you do anything with your action?
Hold on. Target.
Remove the dog from initiative.
I don't know how far he got, right? So. Sorry,
we
go
can
ahead,
talk just openly now because we're in initiative, but we're not, right?
Yeah, I suppose so.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I was going to suggest something really quick too. Go ahead.
Okay, how long will they be out? He says,
A
looking
minute.
at the unconscious.
I'll manacle them. We should push. It's now or never.
You have enough manacles? I could knock them out.
We took multiple manacles. So what my plan is, more or less, I'm going to manacle them, but like twist it around so they're all manacled like together. You know what I mean? So the chains are like that.
Right. Do it quickly. Let's go. The prize is gone.
So yeah, so I move over and start doing that. Well, I guess you guys do whatever.
Okay.
I guess we'll start pushing.
Cool. So manacling them, however, how long does that take? Yeah. Keegan, you have any idea how long it takes? Like I said, manacles are like you screw them on, so like that would take time.
In that case, can I just knock them out
normally
with
that
a
would take
club?
time.
They're
Yeah.
unconscious. Can I just club them and knock them out?
It would be 3 attacks either way, right?
Yeah, it's
Which is
3 full round
18
actions because you move up and the first person you would attack. That way you can move in attack.
18
right?
seconds is probably faster than manacle time.
I guess we could all coup de grace them, right?
Well, sure, because that depends on whether you want to kill him. He's trying to knock them out. You know what I
I'm
mean?
trying to
To
knock
do-
them out.
Oh yeah.
Non-lethal
Well, they're
conversion
helpless
is
anyway,
something
right?
that
So
can do it.
can you just non-lethal?
So the rule here is to non-lethal is a -4. When somebody's on the ground, it's a +4, and then because they're unconscious, you're rolling against their flat-footed AC anyways. So I mean, like, it's a normal roll. So like, if you're trying to do this quickly, you would assume like just doing one more round of combat here, if we make things quick, Aldo would probably quickly make his way over. So he'd be like, 5, 10, 20, 25, 30, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, right? So that's Aldo moving over. Wade would easily be able to position himself here and just make an attack roll. So Wade, you go ahead and make an attack roll. You don't need a power attack, just do a normal attack roll.
Yeah, if
that's enough to hit.
I've also moved again.
But that's enough to hit, and you do 5 points of damage, ensuring that they stay unconscious, right? And then Mikhail, on his turn, come round, right? Mikhail, you would you step up and you also try to hit them to, air quotes, coup de grace? I imagine you wouldn't try to hit to kill. Would you also try to non-lethal them?
Yeah, I would non-lethal.
Sure. So you step up, you make a normal attack roll with your short sword.
Well, I was gonna say, you cut me off when I still had a standard action. I would have stepped up that turn, so I would have been in front of somebody on the subsequent turn. So I have a full round to do a non-lethal coup de grace, right?
Oh, my apologies. Yeah. So you would have gone for this guy last time, so Wade would have dropped this one with his roll. I understand. You would have double moved with your standard action.
Exactly.
Heard.
Yeah.
Do we need to ensure that they're unconscious, or I'm confident that was enough?
You're confident that was enough.
Okay.
Yeah. In the meta, I won't say anything. You're confident that was enough. Okay, cool. And Kiken, on your full round action, you could have done that. Cool. And that's like effectively that whole next round of combat. However, you also, the other person who's still within earshot down, you hear them yelling and fading quieter and quieter as they're moving. So let me go 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, 5, 10, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Cool. I moved them 60 feet. That was their turn. And that gets us back to the top of initiative, with it being Aldo's turn and one person still not unconscious. So and that's where things are. And this is like the idea of pushing forward. Just to give you guys information to chew on, why don't we just push through one more round so I can give you guys a little bit of information to chew on throughout the course of the week going into next week.
Yeah.
So Aldo, I assume you're not attacking somebody on the ground. You're just going to run past.
Yeah.
Cool. So then you being first, I'm just going to move you for the sake of time. 5, then 10, 15 because of the rough terrain. 20, 5, 10, 15, 20, 5, 10, 15, 20. That's 60 feet of movement. The thug keeps moving and running, and preparing stuff and so on and so forth. I've got that taken care of. And then we have, it's going to be Koa. Koa, do you want to full round action coup de grace this person? Or do you want to just make an attack and keep moving?
What's the difference in...
Move only 5 feet, move 40 feet.
I mean,
automatically do it, make an attack roll, and potentially fail.
I'll make the attack roll.
Cool. Go ahead. Just a normal attack roll. Unfortunately, a 7 is not... So when you drop the first person, so you imagine like the way this kind of played out is you take a step back and you swung, you try to like smack through one person into the other one, just trying to be efficient with the run by attack. And the other person falls down. They kind of like slump to the ground. And you like look back over your shoulder. And you kind of like skitter to a stop. And you're like, I don't know if I got that one. Would you continue moving past, hoping that maybe Mikhail will pick up your slack? Or would you stay just to see it through?
I think so, because I want to make sure that there's someone there for Aldo. So I would motion to Mikhail. He might still be awake. Or he might still be up. And then he'll move on.
Where I moved you to on this map, Wade, is only 30 feet of movement. You can still technically move 2 more. I don't know if you'd want to.
I would move at least up here.
Okay, so you're 35 and stop there.
Yeah.
Cool. Awesome. And then let's go to Mikhail's turn. Mikhail, you're welcome to step up and unfortunately you can't coup de grace in this scenario, but you can move up and attack if you would like.
Yep. It's this dude here. Cool. So, and you said it just evens out.
Yes, sir. Plus 4, -4. Yes, sir.
So flat.
Okay. Pretty solid. So you do, kind of take the pommel of the weapon and you kind of like smack him in the side of the head. You hit him pretty fucking hard, and that he did get whacked from that attack before. You don't know whether or not this person's properly unconscious. You don't know. Oh, except
does he wake up?
Except
because then I'll know.
Yeah. Except all of a sudden, with us ending this round of combat, they start to stir. And wake, because 3 points of damage is not enough to drop them. And I'll roll their initiative, And then for the sake of you, sir, being able to go to bed, we can... Oh, good. They roll to the bottom of initiative anyways. So you guys will have a whole turn before they get to get up or do anything afterwards anyway. So they're still prone, which is what icon? Prone is this one. Cool. So they're still prone before we do anything else. That doesn't... I say so you guys have more information because I thought you were going to be able to drop him. I'll offer... Do you want to do one more round so you can actually step out and see some shit, or no?
I'm good with it if they are.
Yeah.
Aldo,
Yeah,
this is you, Aldo. So I don't think you're going to try to stealth unless you're... I mean, I could say this, Jake. Now that you're not trying to be stealthy anymore, roll me an intelligence check. Or a wisdom check? I would say a wisdom check. I can give you nothing. It's your turn, sir.
Yeah. I guess I move up to here. I'm expecting someone with a bow, so I'm hugging the corner.
Okay, yep. And you peek out, or what do you do?
Yeah, I peek out, and because I have that's my move, and like it'll be my standard. If I see anyone, I just fire.
Cool. They do have a bow. They do have a prepared action. You know that they have a bow.
Yep.
You know there's a prepared action. You know that you're peeking out and trying to draw that fire. You have improved cover from this, which I think gives you a +4 to AC. So I'm going to make an attack roll against you, but you do have a +4 to your AC against this attack roll. Heard?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. All right, I'm attacking you. My modifier is plus... where is it? There it is. Okay, here we go. All right. I unfortunately, even against your modified AC, I don't hit you. I rolled a 13 against, I think you have like a 15 or 16. So I do not hit you. So one of those, I let loose an arrow. And it's one of those moments, like when you're watching Lord of the Rings, one of those moments, the arrow goes, you like hear the twang and you pull back just in time to have it. It would have hit you, but instead it hits the stone right behind where your head was. And it teeters off. And as it the arrow actually breaks, a bit of the wood sprays and hits you from behind. You're like, ooh, that was quick. And you step out and you take your shot against them.
Yeah.
It's against this guy, I assume, right? The archer.
Mm-hmm. Miss.
As a horrible miss, sir. And so you are able to properly... now, so you had moved. Where were you before? Let's do your movement. Because when you move and you attack, that's the end of your turn. So you go... So you stop there, I assume, yeah?
I have to there, yeah, because I've attacked.
Yeah, cool. Awesome. And that will be... so with where you are there, go ahead and roll me a perception check, and then we'll move on to the next person. I give you nothing. All right, next person is... and after all these people into initiative, and if any of them go before you, I'm stopping. I'm not going to keep going. It's just too much to keep adding on. I keep closing that mini. I mean, that sheet.
Well.
Well, okay.
Yeah, I rolled well. Oh, which range person was that? That is actually the one that had prepared an attack of opportunity against you, so that's fine. That person can't attack you. That person's lower than you, so that's actually pretty good. Those people don't matter yet. Okay, so you're actually solid. You're actually pretty solid, so it's actually Koa's turn next. Koa, you can go. Because nobody else will be able to interact quite just yet.
Well, the guy behind me is waking up, right?
Yeah, but Mikhail's right there.
That dude.
All right. I guess I'll move up. How much movement do I have?
40 feet.
Each one of these is 5.
Yep. So you
Go
like
diagonally
this.
here or not?
Usually not around the corner because it's a hard corner. So
Okay.
you can go like this if you want. If you wanted to go the full 40.
Yeah, let me pop up where Aldo is standing and see what I can see from his spot.
Sure,
And then
that's
I can decide
25.
what I'm doing from there. Okay. So I see one guy across the bridge and one guy further back. Is all I see.
Yep. You can always step out and you can always step back afterwards because you can just double move to retreat.
Well, I've also got the turn order that was partially blocking my view. I don't think I
double-click
can
it, it
get
gets
far
small.
enough, right?
Hmm?
I don't think I can get far enough to actually get to anyone.
Not as far as you can see yet, but again, you can step out and you can choose to step back or whatever you'd like.
Like out to here and then back again.
Well, I'm saying like if you go the full 40 feet, you can then with your standard action just move more and move back.
Oh, I see.
Cool. Pause there. Let me go ahead and describe some shit real quick. So you can absolutely see a few different things where you are. Like, for instance, you can see this person over here. You can see that this gap right here is about maybe 15 feet across. So it's an athletics check or whatever it is, a jump check of 15 or acrobatics of 15 to get across. So you can like run and try to jump that if you wanted to. It's scary. This one here is 20 feet across. However, you're a little bit safer because there's wood to try to catch should you fail. So it's a higher DC, but a little bit more safety, if you will. Just so you're aware, like those are options. But you also notice that this cave mouth, but this is not clear over here. This is clear here, but then these are walls, right? Because this is chasm, these are walls. You can see, holy shit, that's the tunnel going out. That's the tunnel going out, which means your crew is over this way. So if you were to yell loud enough, or certainly if you were to jump this gap or get across here and yell up here, your crew would be able to theoretically come down. That's where they are. That's where you were peeking into. But I also want to point out, this archer can now see you, but I have a penalty to my attack roll to attack you that far away. So I'm going to go ahead and attack you with a -2 penalty. I miss horribly.
Okay.
My total was a 1.
Before falling back, Koa will yell down that direction of the cave opening. Daelric, now's the time!
Cool. And then you choose to fall back?
And then he will fall back. I'll leave a space for Aldo to step down to if he wants to.
Awesome. Whether or not anybody out there hears you, you're hollering from that angle is not the best angle to holler. I think it's fair to say that the DC is like a 15 to be able to hear you. We're going to, as we start doing our outro and say goodbye, we'll let the next 4 people in chat roll. The first 2 are going to be the wonky NPCs. Then it's going to be Edric, and then finally Melik are going to be the ones rolling for this.
Do they have any modifiers? Edric had a modifier?
They do have modifiers, yes. So
All
I'll
right.
apply those as necessary. But the same person can't roll twice. So Snog already rolled a 3 for a person with no... Oh, Edric heard you! Rosman got it!
We got 20!
Edric heard you! Let's go! Yeah, Rosman!
Nice.
Oh, so can we get solidarity in chat, please? For Phoenix Murphy.
All right, how about everyone just takes off work tomorrow and we keep going?
All right, sounds great. Let's go. I'm off of work. I have paternity leave. Let's go.
Kikin's face.
I wish, dude. I wish.
My mother-in-law's in
wish.
the hospital.
Oh, I wish, dude. I wish. I so wish.
You wish his mother-in-law was in the hospital?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, no, she already is. Like, that'd be weird. I don't wish for stuff that's already happened. No, but
You're guaranteed to get it, though.
I do wish I could just like
No, you're
keep
good, man.
fucking going. Ugh, God, I don't want to. I hate work. Why do you have to work? Why does it have to happen?
There's a lot of reasons, sir.
I hate this country.
This
is Trump's fault.
There's ways to get around it. If you just had like $1 million in the bank, you can put it into the correct kind of area where it would generate for you automatically about $50K a year. But then after capital gains tax and income tax and whatnot, if you could survive off of like 30 or like 20 something K. So if you have $2 million in the bank, then you can make enough money off passive income from just having enough money that you can make enough money that you don't have to work. And that's
Really, I could survive off 30K for a year. All right, I've done that before.
Yeah, I'm just
Just have $2 million. What are you, poor?
Just have $2 million in
Yeah.
the bank, and then you can make more. Like, and then once you have $2 million,
true.
then you have access to accounts that offer you a higher interest return. Anyway, why don't you have $2 million in the bank? What's wrong with you?
I always ask myself.
Okay,
this.
let's wrap up stream. Let's just all get $2 million each real quick, and then we'll go
Yeah, we'll
live
just go get it.
again.
Real
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Let's
then
just
we'll go live. Yeah.
nice and easy.
Hell yeah,
Let's
dude!
do
I like
it.
this plan.
Yeah, all right.
No,
Let's go.
Go get $8 million.
Hey, chat, you can do it too. Just go get $2 million. Come on.
Just go grab it real quick. Just
go
get
just
out
go
like the
grab
fridge
it.
or the
It's
cabinet.
right there.
Yeah. You can grab.
I'm pretty sure they have them at banks.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Exactly.
Does that mean my turn is first next session?
Let me. Oh, I haven't finished rolling
Well,
everybody.
we can't
into
end in the
initiative.
middle of a turn, right?
I haven't rolled everybody into initiative, so we don't know where it's going to be.
I can stop any time.
Oh, I went after Koa before.
No. Okay. Well.
Yeah, that's true. It was. I just went, so it would be his turn. Right?
He just went, so it would be my turn.
Scott.
Oh, sorry. What?
Just take your turn, Keegan.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah,
I'm not
you
prolonging
didn't
this
take
at
your turn.
all.
Yeah, you should do that. My apologies. That
I think you got another turn after this one.
Oh,
at some point.
Yeah. Do it though, so you can get rid of the one that matters. Sorry, that's a good point though. You should do this so we're not confused next session.
That's true. Okay. He's going to curse and try to knock this dude out again.
Honestly, we should just play for another. 3 hours.
2 or 3 hours, right? Did I get a 2? I got a fucking 2. Well.
Oh, and you tried to knock out, so you took them at -4.
I took. Yeah, that's why I rolled straight because he's prone.
Unfortunately, that means it is his turn. So he. Good news is stands up from prone.
Up.
I am not trying non-lethal this time.
And you're going to attack of opportunity, so you still get the +4. So this is an actual +4.
Yep.
I think we've kept a lot alive at this point. We're in trouble, so yeah.
Ooh. There you go.
There you go. All right. And there we are. Boom. You stab the guy on his way up with I assume the short sword.
Yeah.
So he's starting to get up. He's like, "You fuck! I'm gonna get it up," and you just like, "Go to sleep. Go to sleep."
Does he? Oh.
He goes to sleep.
Wait, no, he'll be fine. Most of that, or half of that's non-lethal.
Half of his death was non-lethal.
The first 3 HP was non-lethal. The second 3 was. He'll be okay. He'll be all right, guys. I didn't kill anybody yet. That hasn't happened.
Is that your first kill?
He's not dead.
We actually don't know if it's his character's first kill.
Oh, I guess it's a secret. All right, fair enough.
Yeah, you can spend your first round next session giving him some blood block.
No, I'm not gonna do that, but
Not worth it?
yeah. No, I mean I stabbed him. He would have stabbed me. I'm gonna stop looking at him now.
His last words were, "You fuck, I'm gonna."
Yeah. But yeah, you just hear Mikhail just kind of shout in surprise, but that's it. It's not his turn, so I guess that's all that happens.
Awesome. Cool.
All right, next round, Aldo, you're up.
No. You
Thought I had him.
I could do this really
He
quickly.
wants
I'm
to
just
go to bed.
saying.
What?
I can press the button. I know what I'm doing. Just saying.
Aldo's not first, though. Oh, wait, actually, what's your initiative?
Yeah.
Your dexterity.
It's 21. It's +2. It's 14 at the moment.
14. Mine is also a 14 because yours is currently lowered, but ties go to PC. No, mine is not a 14. Mine's a 12. 14's high. Mine's a 12. You would go first, so let me fix that. But we're not starting another round of initiative where we're saying goodbye to everybody. So
Work.
you can go to work. Well, bed then work. So, hi, everybody.
Yeah.
Hi.
The truth is, I actually have to get up earlier tomorrow, but it's for a good reason.
I'm honestly, I'm getting hungry. I skipped dinner because I had to take care of baby while Rory was at gymnastics. No, dance. Today was
How are
dance.
you not as fat as me? You keep eating like ice cream and dinner and shit at like 1 a.m.
I mean, I don't know, man. Just
His exercise routine. He moves that spoon to the bowl a lot.
well, Joe
Right?
I don't have breakfast till noon, so I have 0 calories between waking up and noon, and then I eat like really healthy throughout most of the day. So like breakfast will be like boiled eggs and like fruit. Lunch will be like salad. Not always. I eat shit stuff too. But lunch will be like salad, and then dinner is like super heavy, hearty meal made with so much butter and stuff, and then ice cream all night long. So
Yeah.
oh yeah, I'm a naughty boy at night. Right, I like it creamy. Speaking of being
I had
Unnatural
a Hot
ones.
Pocket today.
Distractible. Does
Yep.
nothing. Does nothing.
Wait.
Eats ice cream.
I give things.
Scott, shill your answers of opportunity thing again.
Oh yeah. Was it next Thursday? Thank you, Keegan. Next Thursday, 9 p.m. EST, 8 p.m. Central Time, or figure it out for your own time zone. I'll be doing answers of opportunity. A bunch of patrons, pretty much anybody. I think it's a $2 tier and up. Get to ask 3 questions that will be answered during that stream. I'm putting them on like a spinny wheel thing, so they come up randomly until I run out of questions, and then I run out of questions. Viewers will also have a redeem that they can do, a Twitch redeem that they can do if they want to ask up to 3 questions as well during that stream. If you're not a patron, or if you are one and had another question you wanted to ask, you can do that there too. But yep, I use up to an hour of answering questions. If I answer all of them that amount of time, awesome. If I don't, oh well, maybe they go into the bucket for next time. We do that once a month. This month is the first one. So if you're a patron of $2 or up and you didn't realize that was a thing that got posted and asked of you, go find that post from like a week ago and respond to it with your questions so I can put them into the wheel of wheeling. Cool. Also, I think next week is likely the last session of this arc. Once this arc ends, we will have Twitch redeems for the live campaign, which we were holding back until we did this opening arc, so the PCs can really get familiar with their characters and the world and so on and so forth. So that's pretty exciting. Whole bunch of shit coming on there stuff you do know, stuff that you don't know, which is pretty cool. So that'll be fun. And yeah, if you're on YouTube, press subscribe. I think I'm like 200 or something away from...
Don't forget to hit that like button.
Well, it's like Lost Initiative. I don't think it's ever hit 5. What is the number? 5,000. I've never hit. And I was like, hey, wouldn't it be cool if I actually hit that? Finally, it's loading.
5,000 likes, and Scott will do a big giveaway.
Oh, 5,000 likes. Oh, yeah. I'll give away my testicles.
Never mind. Shutting down the channel.
Like, that got uncomfortable and weird. Okay.
It does when you open your mouth.
Oh, did somebody redeem compliment Scott again? Oh, no. That's just Wade. Okay.
Awesome. All right, cool. Thanks, everybody. Keegan, did you want to say anything else about being unnatural?
I have a channel. It's The Unnatural Ones, or twitch.tv/unnatural_1s. Oh, I actually got through it that time. It's on Tuesdays, same block of time. We usually stop earlier than this, usually. Yeah. Enjoy.
We be rating now. I'm trying to find the away button. There it is. But bye, everybody.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.